seems like a good idea after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? Hi, Mets fans. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening on a Thursday. Mike, we continue to own these guys. We continue to own the New York Mets. And
The NL East is over.
We've heard. We are now, 7.5 games up right
That's
now?
correct.
Okay, so we finished this series up today. And listen, I'm not claiming that we are going to run away with this thing, but we're making it hard for the Mets because these head-to-head matchups, that's a full game, guys. And, we'll see them plenty more throughout the course of the season. But last night, Mike, two things happened. One, Money Harris got going. And we said this the other day. Somebody, I forget who it was, they said, Dukes and Bell, can he lay down a bunt? Well, he did.
He did, and that was, sometimes it starts, every journey, Carl, starts with a single step. And then later on, it was a power surge, including a big home run, which it just felt like the weight of the world was coming off his shoulders. You saw that in Arizona when he got a single and he threw the bat like he hit a home run. Well, now he's hitting home runs. And you saw, I noticed last night in that dugout, everybody loves this guy so much, just going bananas to be there to high-five and celebrate. Because they know everybody's been there in baseball, and he's been going through a really rough patch.
Yeah, maybe this is, and again, of all the people in the clubhouse, it's Marcell Ozuna who has the talk with Money Harris to say, hey, you are the best in the business, and you just need to relax and be yourself. Listen, I'll take it any way it comes. But this is the kind of stuff we talk about where you say, where does the leadership come from? I got to be honest. That's the last guy I would have thought that would have had any kind of conversation with Money Harris.
But again, they like Ozuna in that clubhouse, as we said. He's still respected despite all the things that have happened, on the field and off the field. But if ever there's a guy who knows what it's like to be literally kicked while he's down, it's Marcell Ozuna. So he's, at least can relate in that sense. Whatever it was, hey, man, this guy's back on track. Now let's hope this is now, boom, the springboard where he's just rocking and rolling and back to that dude that he was last year.
Here is Brian Snicker talking about how, the bunt got Michael going last night.
No, it's great. It's great. I think probably the bunt, that's kind of something that, something little like that. It's not little because it's hard to do, but it's a kind of thing that can get you off the mat and get you going, and kind of did.
It is hard to do, by the way.
Yeah, well, it used to be real easy, but for some reason, the big leagues the last 30 years, it's become near impossible, to your point. But yeah, a bunt, a double, and then a 443-foot home run. How about that?
Well, it was the dinger, Mike. The timing of that was just, it couldn't have come at a bigger spot. Braves win, guys, 7-5. They've taken 2 out of the 3 games. Tonight, a very interesting pitching matchup. There's no doubt about it. We're going to talk about it. This is the premier stuff. And when you go to games, I think now, Mike, more kids, more people go to games just because I'm a fan of the team. But there are a lot of people who just pick games because of pitching matchups. And it used to be, if this was the guy that was on the hill, I had to go see him because he was going to be a guy that I needed to see give us 7 or 8 innings, or he might throw a no-hitter or whatever it might be. Tonight's one of those nights as you have a premier pitching matchup.
Right. In the old days, before the internet, believe it or not, kids, we actually have to read the newspaper. And then you'd look at the schedule, and you'd look at the stats, right, Carl? You'd see, okay, so Tom Seaver pitched on Tuesday. We'll be there. Tom Seaver goes up against Steve Carlton. I was lucky enough to see that about 5 or 6 times, which doesn't suck. But, those are 2 Hall of Famers. But in this case, Verlander, first ballot, you know it. Going to the Hall of Fame, I'm not sure what percentage he's going to get, but he'll be there. And then you got Strider, one of the best, if not the best, youngest pitcher, young star in the league right now.
Last night, 14 hits for the Braves. And listen, they're just doing what they do, right? We're winning. All the excuses, as I said, when the Mets came into town, I don't want to hear it. The other thing that happened last night, Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, is Pete Alonso gets hit. Now, I talk a lot about this all the time where guys have total control. We're talking about pinpoint precision. If I really want to hit a guy, I always tell you guys, they can do it. This was not intentional, and both guys said as much. Pete Alonso was asked about Charlie Morton, who went to him after the game and apologized about hitting him on the wrist.
And also, too, one thing, I'll get back to that. So Charlie, or Chucky, came up after I got x-rayed. He was looking for me. I got out of the x-ray. He just wanted to apologize. He didn't mean to. So for people speculating or this and that, I just want to clear that. A, Chucky's a good guy, and B, the situation didn't call for it either. So honestly, like that's not even, if anyone were to ask anything or speculate anything, there's nothing to it. I just happened to get hit with an up and in fastball, and clearly he went up and in the first pitch, and I swung and missed, and he just wanted to throw that again. It just got away from.
Yeah, man, taking the high road, and that's cool because I think everybody in baseball knows that Morton, if he wants to hit him, he's a veteran. He can hit him. He throws something right behind his butt, and there you go. And we get on with our lives. It's just a pitch that got away because, Carl, you said it. We were talking before the show. You saw the reaction from Charlie as soon as it hit.
Absolutely. And as much as Mike and I said yesterday, I'm all about vengeance, but there's a time and place. And if you were upset about him, specifically making fun of Elder, throw it again. This is not the time or place. We're winning a series. We're at home. We're rolling. There's no reason to do this. So I'm glad Pete Alonso owned up to that part of it, because anybody who's watched baseball and knows baseball knows that was not an intentional trying to hit him and take him out for whatever reason. But it did matter, Mike, because he had to leave.
Yep, because either way he goes out, fam comes in. And by the way, look, that's the most eloquent I've heard Alonso ever speak, if I'm honest. He's a big meathead. He's a big gator and a big, nitwit. And I think the thing the other day, you and I talked about it for guys who missed yesterday's show, I think this is a team which knows they're struggling and they're scuffling. And I think he was trying to create a moment for that team. One of those big, let's go again, please. And because you know who does that? You know who does stuff like that? Teams who don't know how to win. Teams who don't know how to finish. Teams who have to convince themselves, like as Jim Mandich used to say, Carl, you can lie to yourself, but you can't lie to that man. When you drag that Gillette across your face, you can't lie to that dude. I'm telling you. This team is a fake tough guys, but that was very nice, to your point, for Alonso to take it where he went, because some guys, if he's a little more, even more punkier, he could have made it into a thing.
And that's what I was hoping he wouldn't do. 404-726-0929, because then you get your team juiced up. Everybody's on edge. Now you're feeling like, I'm going to protect my guy, and now we got a thing. That's not going to happen. Tonight, let's just hope we get good pitching, we get quality hitting, we are fundamentally sound, and we sweep the Mets. Beat the Mets! It's Dukes and Bell Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. More on what went down last night, and we'll hear more from Brian Snicker and also Money Harris as he talked about, listen, this is a process. We always hear guys talk about it, and he's never going to give up, and he wasn't going to give up. This is why I thought Snit had to continue to run him out there, Mike. Not only that, his defense is just so damn good, but you got to continue to let a guy try to work through these situations and play. All right, guys, we do have a big show and a lot to get to. Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to stop by. We'll talk all things MLB with him. We'll ask him about this situation with Alonso as well, and where the Mets spent all this money, and they have nothing right now to show for it, Mike. It'd be easy to say if they were in first place that Cohen, who spent all this money, did the right thing. But as they continue to sink in the standings, and by the way, are you watching the Marlins? They've won 6 in a row.
Yeah, and that's a young team with by the way, they got to fire a young manager, too. It's kind of funny. Sometimes you go from like one guy to a different style after Mattingly left, but we'll talk more about them when we see them next time. But yeah, they're doing a hell of a job. They're ahead of schedule. Kind of like, some teams not expected to do it just yet. But the Mets, this goes back to Buck Showalter. Everybody at ESPN. This guy's always
I don't think he did it
bloated.
long enough.
That's what he said. No, but I mean, it's like he's always getting. He's blown.
It's good.
Big leads. He's blown playoffs. He's had the best team sometimes in baseball and blown it. So you guys, if you think that Buck's going to save him, no. The big genius juice was last year, and they still lost the division. So you can keep diluting yourself. Oh, let me tell you what a genius Buck. Get out of here with that stuff. You got. By the way, sometimes, Carl, you can throw all the money in the world at something. George Steinbrenner did it for 20 years. The Yankees didn't win jack.
Yeah,
until Torrey and Cashman, and they finally got they trusted their farm system. Sometimes you can't just do it the way the Mets are trying to do it.
I've been telling you guys for 5 years now, we got the best general manager in baseball. Period. 5 years. Everything he does, calculated and brilliant. And that is why we are in the position we are in right now. All right, Tony Gwynn Jr. is going to stop by. We'll get to some headlines, including last night's NBA Finals Game 3. And if you missed Drake London yesterday, he stopped by the show when we were at Flowery Branch. You'll hear that as well coming up at 3:20. It's Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go! On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
All right, coming up, we got to talk about our man Big Bo behind the glass, who got honored last night at the Braves game, and the creepy picture from one of our teammates on the staff. We're going to get to that. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
He was voted most likely to stalk Jodie Foster by his graduating class.
Creepy, just a little weird. We're joined by Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., host of the Odyssey original podcast, Big Time Baseball, with John Heyman, covering all things MLB. Tony, man, good to have you back on. Excited to have you back for the season. Hope everything's going well. I want to start here with what happened with the Braves and what's going on with the Mets. Apparently, Marcell Ozuna went over to his teammate last night and Michael Money Harris and said, "I'm Ozuna from the Braves." Okay, he didn't say that. He said, "You're the best center fielder in the league. It's not just the league, in all of MLB." And he says, "Your season starts now. Do not worry about anything in the past." And Money Harris delivered last night. I'm curious to know, this commonplace when you're slumping the way Michael Money Harris has been slumping?
Is it commonplace to get that from your teammate?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what a good teammate does. And, Marcell has kind of been through the ringer a little bit.
Yeah.
Some of it his own doing. And to be able to recognize when a teammate needs to be lifted up, that's part of being a good teammate. And in a lot of cases, you'd be surprised how much that impacts the player that's hearing it. And in Michael Harris's case, he's been struggling all year, has the big night, 3 knocks, is a big part of them winning that ball game. And, that's what good teams do. That's what good teams have. They have a bunch of good guys that recognize those moments and step into that void, as you saw Marcell do.
And he had the added pressure, as you guys know, Tony, because they gave him the contract last year. So, I mean, even though no one's talking about it and he's beloved in that clubhouse, all that just kind of weights down on you because, normally you just be a guy in your second year in the show. Here he is. They threw some money at him, so the expectations are through the roof.
No doubt. And when you're young, especially, it's hard to compartmentalize, what the expectations are, what your own expectations are. And then, in the game of baseball, it's about going out and doing it. And he has struggled, but he's so talented. I mean, I would agree with Marcell. If he's not one of the best, he probably is at the top of the list in terms of center fielders, especially at his age. And so, it's tough for a young guy. But, again, it's June. I mean, I know that seems like a little bit over 200 at-bats in, I'm sure. There's still time for him to at least turn his season around, and I'm sure last night goes a long way towards doing so.
Can we talk about Alonso getting hit? He admitted after the game, 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Charlie Morton hits him. Morton seeks him out. Alonso goes public and says, "Look, he wasn't trying to hit me purposely." That's another thing Mike and I were talking about, Tony, is, Alonso could have made this something. And he was like, look, it didn't happen purposely. He was not seeking me out to tell me he hit me. He was saying, hey, I'm sorry. That was something big, I thought, last night by Pete Alonso, even though it could have turned into something else.
Yeah, and you know what? Oftentimes in today's game, it does get escalated. And, sometimes it takes, learning how the game is supposed to be played. You understand when it's on purpose and when it's not. And most importantly, when you're on the field, you saw Charlie Morton seek him out. And I think in our society now, we sensationalize everything. So in our minds, we're like, oh, he's letting them have it for what he was saying the other day. But in reality, he was letting them know, hey, man, that wasn't on purpose. And you're right. I think the next step, in order for that to end the way it did, was for Pete Alonso to handle it the way he did, because he very well could have escalated it afterwards. But he didn't. He chose to keep it where it's at. These are two teams that are I think we all assume will be duking it out for that NL East. And so, it's we want to see competitive games, but we don't want to see anybody get hurt, and we certainly don't want to see guys missing games because they're suspended for brawls or anything like that.
10 years in the show. Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey baseball insider here on the WadeFord.com hotline. So he was very eloquent. Let's take it back to when he said the stupid stuff 2 nights back. I was telling Carl, just my opinion on the Mets, it's almost like because they're feeling the pressure. They're 7.5 back. It's almost like they're trying to create that moment like that, the lighting the fuse. And was that, you think that was some of that, or that just what he was saying, throw it again, was born of frustration?
It could have been a little bit of all of that, right? You throw it all in the pot. You get excitement for us watching and a little intensity that I don't think anybody minds. I think, you know, in terms of Pete, right, he's letting the young man know, hey, you hang that slider like that again, I'm going to hit it 1 billion feet. And he's right. And I think we are past the point in the game where, at least for the most part, I'm sure there are still guys who take those type of things personally. But the reality is, as my dad used to say, if you don't like it, make a better pitch. You know, and that's where it starts and ends. And, you know, if you're the Mets, you would like to see, you know, considering how they got talked down last year, you would like to maybe see them, you know, pipe it down a little bit. But that's not how they approach it, and you can't be mad at it.
Let's talk about some other things going on around Major League Baseball. What's going on with Noah Syndergaard, man? What's the deal? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, he's not the same guy. I think that's pretty obvious. This is a guy who, when we saw him with the Mets at his height, at his best, the guy was throwing 100, 101 with an unbelievable slider. You know, a couple years removed, some arm issues, some shoulder issues. He's still having to learn how to pitch like that. That's not an easy concept. You know, when you have the ability to run it up to triple digits and a slider that's at 91 or 92, you have an advantage. And you learn how to use those advantages with that velocity. And I think these last 2 years for him have been about learning how to pitch without that dominant stuff. And it's still a work in progress. Unfortunately, he's working it out in big league games and against big league hitters, and that doesn't always turn out the way you would like it to.
We saw the Dodgers take 2 out of 3 from the Bravos. I know Arizona, we just saw those guys. They're leading that division. I guess everybody's alive, and we got another month and a half to figure it out. But we're going to need some things, maybe some help with the bullpen, maybe some more starting pitching if Fried and Wright don't come back. Is this going to be one of those seasons where there's about half maybe the entire National League is going to be spenders at the trade deadline?
And that's going to be the problem, because after the last 2 years where trade deadlines have been unbelievable, I don't think there's going to be far many more buyers than there are sellers this year. I mean, I think coming into the year, people were like, the Pirates, they're going to be sellers. Well, I would beg to differ at this point. They very likely will be buyers. And so, you know, when there's a market with a lot of demand without the actual product there, that means prices are going to be sky high. And so, and you may not be getting the caliber player that, you know, you've gotten in the past couple seasons. And so it's going to be interesting. You're right. There's a ton of teams still in it. That extra wild card in both leagues, it really adds another dynamic to it. So I'll be waiting to see what this mark, because the Braves aren't the only one who needs it. I can tell you the Padres probably want it. I can tell you the Dodgers definitely want it after their last couple of nights. And so, and those are just at the top tier of the list. There's going to be a bunch of teams buying this year and not a lot of sellers.
Tony, I've been asking everybody in baseball I know, and I got to ask you, is Tampa Bay really this good? 45-19. The Orioles are 6.5 games out, and that's a good club. Yankees are 8 games out. That's a good club. The Toronto Blue Jays are 13 or 9.5 games out. That's a good club. They're 28-6 at home. And it's just kind of like they're just doing their thing. It's incredible.
I mean, those teams you just named, including Toronto. Toronto's 7 games above 500. The Baltimore Orioles are 13, and they're 6.5 out. And so, yeah, I mean, listen, at this point, I've learned to stop doubting Tampa, right? Every year you think, okay, they can't keep this up. But they clearly are a machine that just plugs guys in, and their system works. Whatever that system is, they know how to maximize the guys and how to get the guys to maximize their talent. And so at this point, I don't know if we can doubt them anymore. It sucks if you're the Baltimore Orioles, who have the best season they've had in quite some time. It sucks if you're the Yankees, who are a very good team and playing some good ball. They're just not playing as good as Tampa. And, yeah, man, Tampa, they're pitching. They swing it. They play D. They don't have a lot of holes. And it's a bunch of. And I shouldn't say it's a bunch of guys. Most of the guys you've never heard of.
Right. Hey, man, it's our man Tony Gwynn Jr. here on the WayForward.com hotline. Tonight we got Justin Verlander going to the Hall of Fame. We got Spencer Strider, the most phenomenal young arm in the show. When you were playing in the bigs, can you remember off the top of your head some of the best pitching matchups you ever saw where you're like, wow, these guys are at the top of their game and dealing?
I mean, yeah, you get a Kershaw, a Greinke in their prime, a Verlander. You know, it's crazy. That's how good he is that you're still mentioning his names 10 years from the time when they were mentioning it as a marquee matchup then. There's so many, especially now, there's so many young arms. Trying to go back to my time when, you know, maybe a Ben Sheets and a Maddox. I mean, there's so many of those type of matchups. And, you know, with the shifts being taken away this year and you seeing defenders at their most athletic, it's fun to see these type of pitching matchups. I mean, as you mentioned, Strider has some of the most electric stuff in the game going up against Verlander, who would be considered an old dog, but, I mean, he's still running it up there pretty well even now. So it'll be another good matchup. Mets trying to get at least one before they get up out of Atlanta.
It's always good to have you on, Tony. We'll be talking with him week to week, guys, as we get closer to all the things that are going on in baseball, All-Star break, trade deadline, etc. Tony Gwynn Jr., make sure you check out his podcast, Big Time Baseball with John Heyman, covering all things MLB. Tony, man, have a great day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, you guys take care.
Tony Gwynn Jr. All right, coming up, we'll get to some headlines. Jimmy Butler says they did not have intensity last night.
Yeah, and I was asking Carl, like, last hour, like, how do you have a finals game in your building after a few nights off and you don't have the energy? You can't get it up for that.
I've watched a lot of murder documentaries in my time. And the photo we're about to describe to you reminds me of one. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I was just complimenting Mike. He's got a tight cut. He said, nice cut.
Thanks, man. Yeah, my guy, Josh, he's over at American Haircutters down the street. I'm trying to keep it high and tight.
It looks good.
Thanks, man. I was going with a modified Pat Riley there for a while, but you got to have a lot of product. And then if you don't put enough product in and you're driving with the top down, then you look like Frank DeFord, and nobody wants that.
When you came in here like last week, and you were like, it was all over the place. I'm like, what's up?
Well, no, because I don't want to be the guy. I'm like, I'm in the bathroom, and I got to go pull a brush out of my rucksack like I'm the Fonz in Happy Days. Instead of combing my hair in the bathroom, because it's all, the good news is I got hair, but I mean, the bad news, you got to style that stuff, man.
So I went and got a cut at Tony's across the street here over at Atlantic Station. They do a great job. They were in the building for a long time.
Oh, good dudes.
Yeah, and they moved over there. And literally, last time I was over there, I literally get up from the chair. There's other people waiting. He's like, bro, just hit me up on my Cash App. So I said, okay, send me the Cash App, right? And I don't know what app you're on, but it's like Venmo and all these other apps. So I'm waiting, and he sends me this address, and it's not him. So I literally haven't tipped him like I told him I was going to. So I just told him, I said, I'm about to talk about you on the radio. Can I get your Cash App, bro? It's not that hard. Just send a screenshot of your Cash App address so I can tip you, right? And he's like, oh, man, I'm sorry about that. He sent me some crazy address, Mike, and I pulled it up. It was like some chick. I'm like, that's not Tony.
Yeah, whenever somebody asks me for like PayPal or Venmo and they send me their email, again, for the third time, is this correct?
That's right.
I'm not sending, whatever the money is, a lot of money, $600 for pine straw to to Zimbabwe or somewhere to make sure this is accurate.
I'm always weary. And then you do that check, right? You send like $1. Did you get it? Did you receive my $1? So anyways, Tony, man, send me your Cash App. All right, guys, I got to mention this. Last night, our guy, Big Bo, he spends a couple of hours on this show as well. He does middays. He's been with the radio station for a while. You guys may know him from Braves games. He was honored last night. I saw the pictures. First of all, congratulations. Amazing. Employee of the month. Nice gesture by the Braves to do this for the folks that work for them. But as I look at the photos, and there's a post by Bo Johnson. I'll retweet this in just a second. There's a picture with him and Andy Bunker. You're holding your daughter. And then there's Abe. Abe, what are you doing? Like, I'm not sure, Mike, what the way Abe is leaning in, it looks weird. And I just got to say this. I know, Abe, you've talked to us about this. You're on all these dating apps. If that's your photo on these dating apps, I understand why you're having issues, okay? Whether it's Bumble or eHarmony, I don't know which one you're on, but I'm going to retweet this, and you guys tell us what you think. Great photo with Bunk, looks like he's smiling.
Right, great shot. Very telegenic.
Abe, he's leaning in like, hi, how are you?
Abe looks, he just looks very like murder van.
Suspicious.
Why don't you help me could you help me with this couch?
My van?
Yes, get in the van. If you could just, don't you, are you about a size 14? Abe literally looks like he's on one of those documentaries like on ID Network.
Mike, we watch all these murder documentaries, and then they show the picture of the guy, he's killed 3. Yeah. And then they show a photo. Abe is leaning in, looking like, hi.
I mean, Abe looks like he can't be within 500 yards of an elementary school in this picture.
Come on, stop.
I'm just saying.
Abe, man, you got to explain yourself on this photo, bro. Well, I mean, like, did they not go 3, 2?
He almost looks like, remember Full Metal Jacket when Gomer Pyle blows his brains out in the latrine?
Mike.
But that's the facial expression.
Come on.
Hi, Joker. Remember that scene?
Hi.
225 Full Metal Jacket.
Okay.
I am in a world of blank.
All right. And Abe, I don't know if you're on Elite Singles. I don't know where you're at. By the way, real quick, how was it last night?
Aside from Abe freaking out everybody sitting behind home plate.
Last night was tremendous, by the way. It was a great thing. And this award actually comes from the Braves, not just from the food service company that I work for, Delaware North. So there's a few people honored. They did a little dinner for us. Got some great tickets to the game. Spent about 4 innings over in Hope and Will Sandlot, the kids area with Olivia.
Okay.
That was probably the best part. She threw a little 31-mile-an-hour fastball in there, got in the batting cage a little bit, did the zip line. Got to see the Michael Harris home run up close and personal. And the crack of that bat, you could hear from a mile away, it seemed. It was a phenomenal game, though. Lots of fun.
Awesome, man. Well, keep doing great work. We'll be down there to tip you, take care of you. You do a great job. And if you guys are down in that area and you go down, it's the Truist area, right? It's Truist?
Truist Club, yeah.
Go make sure you see our man, Big Bo. All right.
Was that too much? You asked me for an opinion.
Oh, dude, you're like, it reminds me when he blew his brains out. I'm like, really?
Well, not the same. Not Dave's going to do that, but just the way that was Vincent D'Onofrio, a young Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. Abe is a cool dude. He just looks weird in this photo. You're like, stay away from all elementary schools.
When Joker comes in the men's room, right? Hi, Joker. Bo, you know the scene I'm talking about.
I do know the scene, yes.
Yeah. All right, man. Turtle behind the glass. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins. In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Headlines are brought to you by our friends at ATL. Live well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Let's hear Snit on Money Harris.
I'm just happy for him. He's been working really hard and grinding it out, and it's not easy when you're not going good. And he's experiencing some things for the first time, and but the credit to him, it hadn't affected his defense at all. And you know what? He's going to give himself a chance to right the ship.
Well, let's hope this is the start of something. Braves have won again. They've won 2 of these first 3 games. Tonight, great pitching matchup. Mike's been talking about it. Strider, Mike, over-under, Strider strikeouts, 8?
I'm going to go with 9. I'll go with 9. Shoot, let's go 10. No, 10. Higher. It's like Price is Right. Stop. 10. I'll go 10.
Official line is 8.5. I took the over as well.
Yeah. At least 9.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about them apples?
Hold on.
Seems kind of low to me. I don't know why they keep disrespecting Strider.
Give me 2 minutes, guys.
And it's a top-heavy lineup. Quick, get on the phone.
Yes.
He's got like a 15K per 9.
I know. It's nuts. It is. So that's going to be tonight, guys. We're going to talk more about money coming alive. Meanwhile, we had a chance to talk with Arthur Smith, and we asked him about developing Ritter. And here's what he said year to year, from year 1 to year 2.
There's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm not going to get into every single nuance, but some of it's just, practical. Dez is a guy coming into this league that has a lot of starts. It's the hardest thing when you're developing quarterback is getting real game reps. And there's been people who've tried. There was the virtual reality trend that went belly up like 8 or 9 years ago. I believe it was out of Stanford, and some teams have bought in. And then you go back and look at the teams that bought in. They usually had somebody was invested in it that was trying to push it, and that didn't really work. But and people have tried. And how do you develop quarterbacks when there's only so many reps you can get? There's only so many game reps. But Dez got a lot of game reps, right, coming in the league, which helps. Now the NFL is a little bit different. The way we brought him on last year, so he's got 4 starts on it. It's just your philosophy. This time of year, like we're trying to push Desmond, with different looks and different things we're challenging on the field to apply it. And then really in the classroom, he's got to take another step. But I think when you step in this role and you got to let him lead in his own way, I think sometimes too many coaches, they've had success from another place, and they come in there and they want you to act like this player. And that becomes fraudulent. You got to see right through that. Dad's got his own style, and he's a real dude.
A real dude. More with Arthur Smith as you'll hear a couple of different parts of our interview with him as he sat down with us for over an hour yesterday up at Flowery Branch. Mike, what'd you make of the NBA Finals Game 3 last night?
I don't understand how you have a few days off, and by the NBA, I usually have 2 or 3 days off to get your head right. You just pulled off a huge win. Should be feeling pretty good about yourself. You've evened the series. You've taken away home court advantage, and you come back to Miami and you come out flat. Jimmy Butler says we're flat, and he owned it. He said some of that was on him, and I get it. I mean, don't have the star power. Jamal Murray was Batman 1A or 1B to Joker, but they were flat. They looked like the Celtics when they were beating up the Celtics. You're professionals. You get all summer to go to wherever you're going and do whatever you're going to do. Hell, you live in Miami anyway. You do it in the afternoon.
It's true.
You can't give me 2.5 hours of focused NBA basketball.
Is that because of the scene down there? I mean, is it that popping?
Well, they've been down there. These guys play there.
Exactly.
And Pat Riley's the boss, and he does not accept that level of play.
Here's Nikola Jokic talking about respecting the Heat.
We need to give them the respect, and it's not just us that they're playing too, So I think it's really interesting series, and we just got one today.
He had a triple-double. Jamal Murray had a triple-double. They win 109-94. It wasn't close. Here's Jamal Murray talking about the synergy between him and Joker.
He's just reading the game and trust that the other's going to make the right play. You know, if he throws it to me, he knows and expects what to see from me, and he knows the mood I'm in, the intensity I'm playing with, whether it's low or high, time and score, and vice versa.
So we'll see what happens. Game 4 is in 2 weeks. Okay, no, I'm joking. It's Friday. All right, it's Friday.
But I mean,
Game 5 is Monday.
There is a rhythm to that. You know, I guess in the old days, I don't know. It's funny when I was watching that Yankees-Dodgers documentary. First, it was funny to watch, World Series games in the daylight, in Los Angeles, let alone where we are today. But, yeah, it just takes forever. Speaking of the finals, they've taken a whooping. They've been getting thumped. They've tried to thump the Knights to no avail, but the Panthers try to avoid going down 0-3 over in Florida, down the other side of Fort Lauderdale, over by the Everglades tonight.
It's over!
Well, I mean, Kachuk and those guys have tried to, physical these guys, and it doesn't work. The Knights, you said it, too much firepower.
All right, last but not least, Atlanta United, a draw with LAFC. Here's the thing, guys, and Mike and I, we asked Jason Longshore about this. We've been talking about Brad. Brad had a really good match last night. But here's the thing. That's what we expect him to do. This is not, he should be playing better. This is the level that we expect of Brad Huzan. But with that said, Mike, we had all of our designated players. We have the second highest scoring team in MLS. We didn't put a shot on goal. So as good as Brad was last night, you didn't get the offensive production that you would have thought having all three of your designated players. It is a 0-0 draw against LAFC.
And I heard from a couple of my buddies that stayed up and watched, and I saw Joe Patrick tweeted, apparently, we asked about Araujo and how do you maintain your focus knowing you're kind of like, 1 foot out the door. Well, he played last night like he was 1 foot out the door. Turned it over, just lifeless. So they didn't have the attack when one of your big pieces was a surprise. Pineda didn't pull him a little bit sooner. And look, we're all for his call. Just a double down on what you said. We love Brad. Everyone knows what Brad means to this organization. But, I mean, just like, with Soroka, sometimes you got to temper your expectations. And Brad really looked bad the last 2 weeks. Great to hear, and hopefully that's the more of the shape of things to come, because Brad coming off a terrible Achilles injury, then getting, basically snowplowed up in New York a few months ago.
Yeah. So we'll talk more with Garth Lagerwey, president of Atlanta United, later in the show in the 6 o'clock hour.
And he's a former goalie, so who better to ask about how his goalie was playing?
Well, I also think, Mike, it's sort of like when you quit a job and you put your 2 weeks in.
Right.
You're just waiting.
Yep.
So, I get it. You're paying him a lot of money still, and you're going to have to play him, but I don't know. All right, guys, coming up, we're going to get to an NFL blitz. One of the best running backs in the league is going to have a new home. And if he lands where I think he might, forget about it. It's Dukes and Bell.
It's 3 o'clock on Dukes and Bell.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up this hour, you're going to hear from Drake London. He sat down with us, talked to us yesterday at the Flower Branch. Great stuff from him. We expect big things from Drake. And I asked him a question about Marcus Mariota, which you'll hear. And he said, look, man, I was just a rookie. I was lucky to be getting the ball thrown to me. And he said something very interesting, because I think this is a part of the Marcus scenario that we don't really talk about. And that is, he said, Marcus kept me on point, man. He kept me grounded for when he was here. And that's what you want. What I didn't want is Marcus to quit on the team when he decided that he didn't want to be here once the job was handed over to Desmond Ridder. But you'll hear the entire interview coming up.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a tough spot because, as we said, all these guys trying to absorb as much as they can of a very complex, Arthur Smith offense. And, he's just trying to keep his head above water. So, yeah, Carl puts Drake on the spot. Hear it coming up.
He handled it great, though, man. I thought he did a really good job of answering the question. I did. All right, that's on the way. Also, yeah, man, no man, Turtle. Lots of folks responding to the picture with Abe as they were celebrating Bo Johnson last night.
I feel bad.
Why?
We talked about it during the commercial break. It was the first reference point that popped in my head.
He'll blow his brains out. I mean,
not that part of them, but just when he opens the door. Hi, Joker. You ever seen Full Metal Jacket, Chris? You know the scene of which I'm
Well, that's why I said
it's a great movie.
He looks like, when I said that, he says, hi. That's what he's saying in the picture. It's almost he's leaning in and he's like, hi.
No, I mean, he definitely looks like, he'd be on the wall at the post office. I mean, it definitely looks.
Okay, you going to keep going? You're just going to keep going?
No, you got to, look. You and I joked around about, the camera. We all know the camera adds 10 pounds. In our case, the camera has 25 pounds. And you got to, try to get your chin angle. And you want to try to show some teeth, a smile.
Yeah, if you can.
You don't want to look constipated. You don't want to look like you're posing. You want to look natural, all of this at the same time. Hard to pull off sometimes.
No, it is. Unless you're looking directly at the camera like Abe was.
Right. I want to treat you like a popsicle. I want to rip off your wrapper and grab you by the sticks and break you in half. Thanks, Abe.
I should have never started this. This is going to go on all day because I know how you operate. Okay.
Jodie Foster stops responding to my letters. They come back unopened.
That was a true story, wasn't it?
Freaking wacko.
What's your favorite kind of beans, Abe?
Okay, you know what?
I like fava beans with a nice Chianti.
Coming up, we will hear from Drake London. And also, guys, Connor Riley's going to stop by. Lots of stuff with the dogs as well in the 4 o'clock hour. Day behind the glass now. Day, good to have you here, man. Let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
Well, Mike, apparently Dalvin Cook is going to be looking for a new home. Tom Pelissero reporting that they are, parting ways. He's talking about the Vikings. Right. This is interesting, guys, because here's the thing about Dalvin Cook. He's not washed, okay? He's 27 years old. He's coming off 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons and 52 career touchdowns. He knows how to score. And so now at 27, Mike, if you're a team that's looking for a running back of this caliber, and I think a lot of teams are, he's going to have a lot of choices. Plus, he's a 4-time Pro Bowler.
Right.
Vikings basically saying, look, we got to move on. And I think, Mike, when you talk about guys earning their money, this guy's earned his money, but they're still going to move on.
A lot of inexperience in that Vikings running back room. So if you want to say they had a plan, like they were going to go swing for the fences on a Jahmyr Gibbs like the Lions did, they didn't do that necessarily. Now, I'm not familiar. I was looking at during the commercial break at some of their running backs, unless some young guy they feel has the stuff to pop. Look, Dalvin Cook is, and we think that Bijan Robinson, if all goes well, Carl, will be a better version of Dalvin Cook.
Oh, yeah.
Because Dalvin's a guy, he's as good a pass catcher as he is a runner, and Dalvin Cook's not afraid to lower his head. Some of the problems with Dalvin over the career, as you pointed out, was, being able to stay healthy. But if you look at it, for a guy who's got a rep as being banged up, he's banging for over 1,100 yards every year and getting in the end zone.
He just posted a picture on his Insta of him in the Vikings uniform, but he's at Hard Rock Stadium, and he's just got the eyeballs, right?
Right.
Or basically, he just posted the picture of him. I think it's either after a win or he scored a touchdown. I think it's after a win, but he's dancing in Hard Rock. The insinuation is, guys, Miami Dolphins. And I said this, Mike, if he goes to the Dolphins, forget about it.
Man, you're taking all the pressure off of Tua. Some of the things we've talked about here with Tyreek Hill and the wide receiver room they've got. You want to talk about that division? See, that's why I was talking to Chris, our engineer. He's a big Jets fan. I just think you've got to be under the presumption, if you're the Jets GM, you only get one shot at this with Aaron Rodgers. And Breece Hall is coming off the ACL. Is it ACL, Chris? ACL for Breece Hall?
Yeah.
So he missed some time. Why not go all in? And also in an arms race, keep Dalvin Cook out of the Dolphins locker room.
Yeah.
And the Jets, last time I checked, are top 10 in available space. And as you said, you can always rework the numbers.
All right, we're going to see where he goes. But now all of a sudden, guys, all right, 2 guys that could help teams and change the teams. One is D-Hop. The other right now is Dalvin Cook. And depending on where they go, this is gonna shape a team in any division, but specifically, Mike, to your point, in that division, because I think D-Hop could end up there, but you could also see, as we just talked about, the potential of Dalvin Cook ending up with the Dolphins.
Also, don't ever tell me that athletes posting on their social media means
doesn't
nothing.
matter. Yeah, I agree.
Don't tell me that. Yeah. It matters.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. By the way, guys have asked us about DeAndre Hopkins. Last night, John Chuckery in the handoff, he was very interested in the Falcons getting DeAndre Hopkins. 2 things. We're going to be running the football so much. Catches are going to be at a premium. That's why I thought if we were going to go get another wide receiver, I know Matt Collins is going to get people that fired up, but he was impressive to watch, at least first time I saw the dude on Friday. A guy like DJ Shark, I thought, look, we can still maybe go get some more pieces at wide receiver. But for me, to spend the money on DeAndre Hopkins based on the volume, Carl, he would get, or lack of volume with Drake London, and the way we're going to run this offense, it just, to me, doesn't seem to fit.
Well,
unless he's prepared to take a lesser role, which I don't think he is, and he wants to get paid.
Mike, I just think it's the money.
Right.
I think it's the money, honestly.
He wants to go to a playoff caliber team.
Well, we may be that, but I don't know right now with what we've done and where we've spent our money, and more importantly, how we've drafted, that I want to pay D-Hop $15, $18 million. I just, and it comes down to that. Like, if you're going to tell me he's going to come here, guys, and elevate our team in such a way that we're going to be unstoppable, I already feel like that. I already feel like we're going to be a team that's going to have, the defense by the short and curlies. I really believe that, Mike. I don't think this right now, how we look, is not going to be something that's been much better than what we've seen. If D-Hop came in here, are you telling me we get 600 yards and 3 touchdowns? Is that worth $15, $18 million for one season? We're not at a point where we're all in right now. We're not there.
And I just think the nature of the offense, we're going to be doing stuff scheme wise that we just don't need that. Don't get me wrong. If you walked in here and say, I'll come here and work for you guys for $7 million, sold. Come on in. But I just think we've got some money. We got money for a rainy day for the first time in a while. Don't want to lock in any more long-term contracts than I have to.
No.
Okudah is having a good camp so far. Yeah.
And here's the other thing, and I know I'm always talking about how, the salary cap is crazy, but here's the other thing. If our core group turns out to be as good as they are, we're going to have to take care of them. Correct. I don't need money locked up in long-term deals with guys that are over 30 years old.
Bingo.
So, no. For me, no right now. But I know he'll end up somewhere. This just in, it's our NFL Blitz. It's brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Mike, Frank Clark's going to the Broncos.
Broncos are loading up, and the Broncos are also linked to Dalvin Cook. Imagine you get Russell Wilson with Dalvin Cook and Sean Payton offense. Yeah, Sean Payton calling the shots. See, the Broncos, they're putting together a force of immeasurable magnitude, Carl. So it's going to be interesting to see just how that thing comes together. Man, and guys shouldn't stop saying the Vikings can't make that work. The Vikings don't have a great defense. They need to run the football. So unless they've got that guy in that building, I know it's a big hit cap-wise for Cook. I just don't know how you walk away from a guy that produces like that.
I'm with you, man. Meanwhile, Georgia's own Nick Chubb says that he's playing for the late, great Jim Brown, who passed away May 18th at the age of 87. Chubb saying being able to know him was definitely special, definitely a blessing. Being drafted here and playing after such a great running back was a blessing. And so he says this year, Mike, he's playing for Jim Brown and whatever that means for him personally, but that is a cool gesture by Nick Chubb.
And dog fans who ever met Nick, whether it was at Athens, or you and I've had a chance to interview him twice, he's an impressive young man too. So he gets what Jim Brown was putting down, so that's really cool to hear. Deebo Samuel said that last year was a huge disappointment, and apparently Deebo is going to be bringing it to another level this year, Carl, for a 49ers offense.
Well, remember, he was holding out, or at least we thought, that was going to be a situation. They might trade him, and then John Lynch came out and said, we're not trading him. we don't trade this guy, and he had a really good year.
3 years, $73.5 million extension.
Correct. So now it's about living up to the contract, Mike. And rumor is Brock Purdy apparently is throwing and not having any issues. So if that is the case and he's ahead of schedule, then that means more than likely Purdy will be ready for not only camp, but, Mike, for the opening weekend.
Yeah, so was it URL or ULR, whatever, URL code, whatever it was in his forearm? You see it, that too. Well, any of the things with an L in it is bad in your arm. But he had to get some Tommy John, but it wasn't Tommy John because throwing a football is different than a baseball. So, and then there were some things people reading between the lines with Shanahan. Will he be ready by the first week of the season? Don't forget, don't sleep on those guys with Purdy, man. That team is loaded.
No, they are. And if Debo's motivated like that, they're going to have be very tough to stop.
Hey, we were just talking about the Dolphins. Maybe they're the front runner for Dalvin Cook. Tua Tagovailoa testing out a new helmet, according to Pro Football Talk, designed specifically to protect quarterbacks. So, again, is this going to look like a dark helmet and Spaceballs? What is this thing going to look like, and how does it protect you? Other than you got a bunch of extra egg cartons inside?
I don't know. I mean, they're doing all this technology. They got a bunch of companies, guys, working on this stuff because the NFL knows the long-term viability of its sport is still going to be revolved around keeping guys as safe as possible. Last thing they want is a head injury and an ambulance on the field, Mike. I mean, so they've got a bunch of companies that are working on this stuff, but ultimately, like we've talked about, unless you're wearing that protective practice helmet on the outside, which looks weird, you guys know what that looks like. It's about the inside of the helmet without taking away from, the structure and the sleekness of a helmet and how it looks on the field, because you just don't want big head guys running around with these pads on their helmets.
Yeah, I mean, what's next? We're going to put Hans devices on the quarterback? Well, you can't do that. You can't move your head. You guys follow racing, Formula One, NASCAR, sports cars. Those guys have the straps to keep the head from coming back. In this case, you can't do that in football. You got to have you got to be able to move your head 270 degrees. So this dude, between the kung fu, the judo, everything else, and I guess the helmet, which I guess provides a little more padding at the base of your skull, according to the article.
All right, one last thing, and you might be shocked about this. The Panthers have elevated rookie Bryce Young to quarterback number 1, Mike.
I knew we were going to see this guy week 1.
QB number 1, a move Frank Reich says is the next step. Of course, he was the number 1 overall pick. Listen, we said this. You're not going to pick him number 1 overall, not in this day and age. And I just don't feel like that. Everybody talks about all these scenarios. Well, Aaron Rodgers said, and this guy said, yeah, they had guys in front of them that were really good. That's not the case in Carolina.
You know when you know. And Frank Reich's a quarterback and a pretty good one. He knows young talent. And nobody wants to see it, with all due respect, nobody wants to see Andy Dalton up in Carolina.
Come on.
And you and I always joke around about the Justin Herbert to it was Tyrod Taylor. You knew that the guy you drafted, Justin Herbert, in the top 10, he's going to be your quarterback. Get him out there.
We cannot. What's the date? What's the date? 6th, 7th? 8th. We cannot let this guy come in and ball out at Mercedes-Benz week 1. Mike, we can't.
Dude, Calais Campbell's going to do like a Hulk Hogan on him.
We cannot.
He's going to throw him 10. He's going to go like Thunder Lips on him. He's going to throw him into Frank Reich.
Thunder Lips!
So, look, if this defense is popping, and we believe it will, it's going to be throwing Bryce Young. Now, again, everybody's got that rookie curve. Everybody makes mistakes. I saw Peyton Manning's a rookie here in 98.
Mike, I'm already telling you right now. I'm getting you hyped.
So
1 o'clock, all right? Game time on Fox. It's right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game on the 10th of September. We cannot let this guy come in here and ball out.
Caden Ellis is going to be, dude, he's going to be coming right at him. Like a heat-seeking missile. I'm telling you. This defense.
Grady's going to suplex.
This defense is going to be popping, man. I'm telling you.
I hope so. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, this is the announcement. We'll come back to this. You guys remember we were talking about QB1, Bryce Young? Bryce Young has thrown 5 touchdowns in Atlanta this afternoon.
Again.
No!
Well, we're going to have a really rough show on Monday. It's going to be a very difficult show. And coming up, we lose 47-7, and here comes the coach's show next. I don't believe that's going to be the case.
Let's hope not. Okay? I'm just saying, all this hype.
The star of the game, coach interview, Arch will speak with Bill the janitor at Mercedes-Benz. That'll be coming up at 6:30. No,
Bill, what did you see today?
Well, I didn't see much, just a lot of points on the board for the other team. No, so this is going to be telling you, this is going to be a fun year.
It is.
Falcon fans, get on the hype train. You're going to have fun coming out of your butt. Get with it.
I agree. All right, guys, 404-726-0929. We're coming back. What did Drake London have to say about where he is as a player in year 2? Hear it next. I saw this massive human.
Right on.
Drake London sitting down with us. Man, it's good to see you again. How you doing?
Good. Thank you guys for having me on.
Well, man, it's been a minute since we had a chance to chop it up with you. When you got drafted, we were all excited about, what was going to come and how your first rookie season would be. How did you describe it? How would you describe what last year was and where you are now as a player?
I would describe last year as pretty much all right, Did some decent stuff. Had a lot of hiccups that I think I could clean up. And then, two, we didn't make it a postseason, so there's always more to grow on that. And I think I'm light years ahead of where I am at, where I was at last year to now. So I think I've been progressing a lot, and I'm just going to keep on building on it.
72 receptions and 886 yards by any other metric would be a hell of a rookie season. But obviously the NFL is all about offense, and so it seemed like when Ritter came in, you guys had a real connection. How much of that started with you in practice and then worked its way onto the field?
I think it's just the same boat that we're in. We came in the same draft class, kind of put in the same dorms when we were both here for the first time. So we built the chemistry off of that, and then it just translates onto the field. I mean, he's a great player and somebody you want throwing the ball to you,
When you said Drake London joining us here on Dukes and Bill, when you said you had an all right season, I just want to go back to this for a second. Like, are you hard on yourself when you go back and watch the tape, or things happen in a game? Are you easily to let that go out of your mind? I think you have to forget, right? When you drop a ball or something happens. But why do you say it was all right? Like, why do you feel that way? And you're not like, yeah, man, for my rookie season, I thought I did a really good job. Why do you rate it that way?
Because you can always be better as a person, as a player, or whatever you're doing, You can always keep on building at that. So I don't like failure, and I think I'm a perfectionist at that. So when I see myself fail on the field, I don't like to see that. I want to see a clean slate every time you put on the tape. So that's why I'll say to that. I just don't like to fail.
Okay. Gotcha. And I know for everybody out there, everyone talks about the speed of the game, making that transition from college, and you played at a high level at USC. Was the playbook hard to get your head around? Or is it easier this time around?
It's easier this time around for sure. My head was spinning a little bit when this time of year last year when I was just initially here. I was out of a tempo offense, so we used hand signals while we were at SC. This one was all verbiage, so it was way different from what I was used to, and it was a little hard keeping up, but it's all good now. Everything's great.
Carl, we always joke around about how some offenses in college, it's Beyonce,
oh, yeah.
Patrick the Starfish, that's like the symbol, but yeah, this is a lot of verbiage, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
As far as, the newest guy, or at least the latest addition to this offense, Bijan Robinson, everybody's excited about what he brings to the table. Talk a little bit about what you've seen, and have you guys, obviously, you're talking. I've heard a lot of stories about how he was FaceTiming guys and doing all kind of stuff before he even got here. What's it like with Bijan being here?
It's great, He was in the same boat that we was last year, like all of us, all the rookies who were coming in. He got a little headache right now from all the things that he's learning and trying to get used to. But, I mean, he's doing an exceptional job at just coming out here and being who he is, Very humble dude, hard worker, and we're excited to have him on the team.
It is Drake London, guys, starting the show live here at Falcons. Arthur Smith's going to join us a little bit later. We're up in the new setup here. They got an unbelievable layout. So the game plan last year, Pitts goes out with an injury, so you kind of became like the focal point. And I'm not bagging on Mariota, but as we said, when Ritter came in, there seemed like there was more tempo. How difficult was it, or was it difficult at times because you felt like, man, I could do more in this offense, or was it just a matter of just waiting your turn?
I think it's just a matter of waiting your turn, You go out there and you play, and so Dez, when he got his opportunity, go out there and play and let it loose, and that's exactly what he did.
Did you feel that there was things that you got better at over the course of the year?
Oh, most definitely, and I think it's just comfortability of the game in general, There's guys out there, vets, who are just mentally, more refurbished at the game, I would say that. So they understand the game a little bit better, and once I kind of got the ropes and the steps of it, then I think I was doing a little bit better.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to go back to this Mariota thing. All right, I got to go back to this because
this is good cop, bad cop. He's being bad cop.
We are watching this. Now, listen, I get it, man. I do Drake to badmouth a former teammate, so I'll do it. But we watched this thing play out, and it was almost like there were times where we hoped and wished that there would be more there of Mariota maybe connecting with you guys. And I'm just curious, like, how was it for you as a player? Because as a player, I'm assuming you get frustrated knowing that maybe I was open, there's an overthrow, he missed through me, or, led me too much, or whatever the circumstances are. I'm just curious, how did you feel about that as that was playing out last year? Because we were in almost every game.
Mm-hmm. But I'll say this. For for my rookie season coming in, how my head was spinning, Marcus did an amazing job of keeping me grounded, helping me out wherever it was, on and off the field. And then too, I'm just a rookie at that point. I ain't got no say. So
you have no clout.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when it comes to me saying, "Oh, the ball's over my head," or such and such, whatever it was,
you felt like he's throwing it to you.
I don't.
All right.
I got to keep you throwing me the ball. That's all I can ask for. And I think I'm the type of player who, you throw it anywhere around me, I'm gonna go get it. So I don't really care about too much,
Right. Drake London's with us, guys, talking about last season. Now we're excited. One thing we noticed at the first minicamp we got to see over at Mercedes-Benz is a lot of size. Now, I don't know if you're just walking around barefoot. This Mac Hollins dude is kind of a dude. Now, I mean, is he showing you something about like run blocking in the pass game? Because he certainly looks like a beast out there.
No, he's definitely a lion out there, man, with his hair and stuff like that. Mac is an amazing dude. I mean, he's helping all of us in the room. Just being the ultimate leader, ultimate vet right there, he's a great guy to learn after and just to keep on building the team with building this wide receiver core.
Drake is barefoot, by the way.
Oh, I know. I saw him when he came in. That's what I said.
Don't look at the toes, man.
Bro.
You've been kicking rocks.
For real?
Hey, that start and stop is it gets to you.
That get off.
Yeah.
This segment brought to you by Dr. Scholes here on Dukes and Bell.
No, when he came in the door, that's why I was like, man, he doesn't have shoes on. He's taking up the full door right there. What about Kyle Pitts, man? Where's Kyle at right now? Like, where do you think he is coming off of this injury? I know we missed him at the end of last season, but there are high expectations, man, for you guys as a group, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody around the league, you hear the chatter, is talking about the potential of this wide receiving room and what it could be. Talk about Pitts for us.
Pitts, I mean, he's working right now, working to get back, and he's doing a great job at it. He's a unicorn, like how we all call him. I mean, he's a special athlete. I don't think you're supposed to be that big and moving how he moves, So, like you're saying, once we get him back and we get all the pieces together, I think we're going to be an electric offense, and I'm excited to see him on full go and a full season too.
Now, we don't expect you to give us the game plan, but feel free here on Dukes and Bell. But it just seems like with Pitts and with guys like Jonnu Smith, it seems like there's a lot of matchups. They can put Bijan pretty much everywhere. We even saw that at Mercedes-Benz. You can move all over the field. You feel you'll be able to really create some mismatches this season?
Oh, most definitely. We preach positionless football out here, so anybody can line up anywhere, and if whoever has a mismatch, then he may be getting the ball or we may be going somewhere else with it. But that's what we're just trying to do is create mismatches.
Off season, what'd you do, man? Anything fun? Did you go somewhere? Did you hang out? Did you travel?
No, I'm a big homebody.
Okay.
I just went back home, saw the parents, and kind of just digested what happened in my life for the past year.
Did it go that fast? Like,
yes.
Really?
It went really, really fast. I mean, while I was in it, no.
Okay.
But looking back at it, it went by really, really fast, and I just wanted to take time and like I said, digest just what just went on in my life and goals that I accomplished and the things that I need to work on.
Yeah, it is kind of remarkable, right? When you dream about it and then you're living it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're talking with Drake London, guys, here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, live at Flowery Branch.
One thing for certain before we cut you loose, we talked to a couple of players last couple of weeks. It seems like everybody, they use the phrase buying in, but it seems like this team is poised to kind of go somewhere this year. I know you only here for one season. This is a year where we can add so many pieces to address some needs on both sides of the ball. It just seems like this year for the fans to really get psyched, like we're going to do something special.
Yeah, I think you feel the energy everywhere in the city, especially in the locker room. I mean, I think all of us have some hunger. Just to get to that postseason and show everybody what we're about, that we're not a fluke or anything.
I know you're a hoops fan. Who's gonna win the chip?
Man, I don't care about that thing unless the Lakers in it.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I'm a big Cali guy. You know that.
Oh, I know that. I hear you. But hey, I mean, they didn't have an answer for Joker. It seems like nobody does.
Nobody. I mean, he is who he is.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't knock that, but at the same time.
So LeBron gonna leave then?
No, LeBron wouldn't go to Dallas, right? He wouldn't do that.
I don't think. Why would you leave LA? I don't know.
I don't know either. Kyrie's talking about trying to get him to Dallas. No? Drake's like, I don't want to believe it.
I don't want to believe it.
No, I'm saying, but if they added somebody, you could actually maybe play next year for the Lakers if you had some extra time.
Give me a 10-day contract. Let me see what I can do.
He can still hoop. Right. Man, we appreciate you stopping by. I know it's been crazy, but dude, we're cheering you on like crazy. And we expect big things, and I know you do for yourself, so we appreciate you stopping by.
Appreciate you guys for having me.
Thanks, Drake. Good dude, man. And again, the attitude, we've talked about it. Some of the folks out there are picking up on some things. We talked about it with Coach yesterday in our conversation. It starts with having better players and then obviously a game plan. They got that, check, and now it's just a matter of implementing.
Yeah, and I'd love to put numbers on Drake like we want to do with Kyle Pitts, right? 1,500, 13 touchdowns. I just need him to pick up where he left off, guys. He had a really good end of the season. The fumbling, Mike, was a concern, but he got stripped in a couple of spots.
It was 2.
Yeah, but they were big spots. The Saints game, that was a big spot.
Yeah, that was a potential chance to tie the game, maybe go ahead the Ravens game, because the Ravens game was a game I remember I was driving back from the beach and listening to Arch and West, just waiting for somebody to make a play.
Yeah.
Because that game was there for the taking, because they're just terrible, anemically, offensively challenged, and we just couldn't punch it through.
But I love his hands.
Right.
I do. And he's right about catch radius.
You give him Derek Carr, even with Devontae Adams, I think he sniffs 1,000 yards. You give this number of, you needed competent. How many times we said it last year? Competent to better than average quarterback play, and then Mariota's just so inconsistent with him. He's being very diplomatic.
Coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. Connor Riley's going to stop by. Apparently, Carson Beck's getting some love. We're going to talk with him about that coming up in less than 25 minutes. Yeah Man, No Man's next.
back to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Braves won another one last night. They'll try to make it a sweep tonight. Strider on the hill. We'll talk more about our Bravos coming up. I love the fact that Pete Alonso, as we gave him crap the last couple of days, because throw it again, was man enough to say, hey, Charlie was not trying to hit me. And he knows the deal. He's been in the league. He knows what's up. And Charlie reached out and said, listen, I was not trying to hit you. There's no beef, Mike. And I'm glad there isn't, because Alonso could have made more of it. We talked about that with Tony Gwynn Jr. earlier in the show. But the bottom line is, I think I'm more excited that Michael Money Harris coming alive, man.
Yeah, man. We were everybody's just waiting for that big moment. Then it was a bunt. And sometimes it starts with a bunt. That got him some confidence. Then a double. And then the big fly, man, that had everybody juiced. So we'll talk more about it. And the unusual source that he leaned on to maybe help him get his head right in this time of trouble.
Let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
All right, Chris, what is going on today? We call him Turtle, and we say, yeah, man, no man, because our beer is Hey Man, and we want you to go get some, guys. If you've not tried it, if you have, go get some more. Watermelon Lime, the original OG, the blonde ale. It is summertime, so go enjoy some Hey Man ale at your local package store at all Publix in the state of Georgia. What's going on today, Turtle?
Endorsed and enjoyed by the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons, Arthur Smith.
This is true.
So let's talk about one of our favorite subjects, shall we? OnlyFans. There was an OnlyFans model who is breaking the internet and setting record numbers on OnlyFans. Her name is Elle Brooks.
Spell that.
And she
is it like the letter L or ELLE?
ELLE. She's also a 3-0 professional boxer. Doing OnlyFans. I wouldn't call her on the side based off of what you're going to hear on this clip, but she went on Piers Morgan's show.
Okay.
And she defended being an OnlyFans creator. And she was even asked the tough question about, well, what happens later in life if you have a family and they find out what you did to earn your living? This was what I thought was a pretty well thought out response.
Being someone who embarked on a law career, was obviously very bright, went to university, packed it in just for money to be effectively an online stripper. I mean, that's what you do, right?
Yeah. Way worse than an online stripper. But
what do you mean way worse?
Way worse. Online strippers just, naked. I do things that are way more grotesque than
just
that.
Pornography.
Pornography, anything. But it's all within what I want to do. And I absolutely love it. And I'm really good at it. I could be a good lawyer, yes. But also, am I good at doing other things on video and camera?
How would you feel when you want to have kids yourself?
Well, I mean, I don't really want kids right now. But at
you
least
will do. How old are you?
25.
Right, so you will do at some stage, probably, right?
Maybe.
When you do, you're going to be proud that you have your little ones and they look at you and go, didn't you want to be a lawyer, Mummy? What happened?
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, but look at all my stuff.
They can cry in a Ferrari.
There you go. You go, girl. You go, girl.
That? Yeah, man, no man.
Yeah, come on, Pierce.
Man. Listen, I just think sometimes, young kids don't understand. But as you get older and you understand your parents and whether they struggled or whether they have money or whatever the circumstances are, you have a different perspective. You just do. I don't expect to explain to a 5-year-old mommy has an OnlyFans.
Right.
But as a 25-year-old or a 30-year-old man or woman, I would expect you to say, Mom, you did some things to make it happen for us. And I appreciate this Ferrari.
Yeah. And like as she said, some people, maybe perhaps in another set of circumstances, she could have gone to law school, not the way things turned out. She's using her assets to do her thing.
You have to choose that word.
Well, just because it kind of plays with the storyline, But whatever she's doing, it's consensual, or at least she's consent to it. And people request things, and she goes and does them.
Yeah,
with inanimate objects and all sorts of crazy stuff, apparently.
It is a great answer, but I know there'll be people out there, Mike, who go, it's not about the materialistic things. What is she teaching her kids? Teaching her kids to hustle.
Yeah, I mean, look, again,
hustle.
In a perfect world,
yes,
you wouldn't have to do this, but there is something that some people, male, female, whatever, can fall back on. And it's the oldest profession in the world. In this case, it's digital. Yeah. You're not actually doing it with someone else.
But let's be honest, you're right. But this doesn't last forever, right? I mean, like, again, when you turn Maybe it does. But when you turn a certain age, you're not doing these things that you were doing when you were 25.
Now, I don't want to use her name because we had a friend who worked at the Gold Club.
Okay.
And she was literally working
she's
her way.
still not there.
No, she's become a lawyer.
Yeah, okay.
And she's a very successful attorney in Los Angeles.
Okay.
But she literally was. Everybody, I can't tell you how many girls I've met with, dancers, entertainers. Well, I'm working my way through college. And you come back 10 years later. I go, what are you going for your master's as a graduate program? But she actually did it. So, I mean, I know everyone want to tisk.
The money's
tisk.
good.
Exactly. But here's the problem. You get sucked into that vampire lifestyle. It's tough to walk away from, not to mention the fact that, you got to, there's some sugar daddies and dudes. I don't have to tell you guys. You've been around. But good for her. And at this day and age, look, the bar as far as getting on your high moral horse is so far low now. Does that even raise an eyebrow that she's doing that? And Pierce is going to sit there and get on his high horse? Come on.
I don't. Listen, I don't knock
Where
anybody.
we're at right now?
I don't knock anybody's hustle. Whatever it is, here's my rule. As long as nobody's hurt.
Correct. As long as nobody gets hurt, do what you do. And eventually, if the kids, you got a nice roof over their head, and the kids get to go to college because mommy was doing this and making a fortune, knock yourself out.
You're not harming anybody. You're not taking lives or whatever. Get your hustle on. Do what you do.
This is all I'll say. My mom got me a 2000 used Chevy Malibu. So if I'm getting a Ferrari, I'm all in, baby.
Right.
All right. This next one is short and sweet. Michael Malone last night during the presser, in about 10 seconds, managed to react to a story and then also diss the Miami Heat and their arena.
I have to give Christian a lot of love. I felt his play, what a bad press room, by the way. I thought Christian Brown's play was fantastic. The man was like a rookie.
Really? They just built this thing like 10 years ago. How bad could the press room be?
Well, wait a minute. It's not like he hasn't played there before.
Well, West Coast only gets there once a year.
Oh, yeah, but still, Michael Malone has been in the league forever, Mike, as an assistant in all these other places. Now he chooses to say, what a bad press room. Wow.
I've never been in that one, so I don't know what would make it bad. I mean, other than it's small.
They're all the same. They're concrete rooms.
What a
with tables.
strange time.
Yes.
To just drop that. Like, your team wins a big game on the road, takes a 2-1 series lead.
He's just trying to take some of this so
he
he can
dump on
Wouldn't
the
that be
locker
funny?
room.
I mean, geez, put some palm trees in, some feng shui, some sectionals, some throw pillows. Let's liven this up. Make it feel warm and fuzzy. I don't know what people expect. It's a press room. It's very utilitarian, right?
I think he's trying to take some pressure to just say, why would he say that? And then that becomes a story, and they're not talking about Joker and Jamal having back-to-back triple-doubles or whatever.
Look, he calls these guys out. Malone's kind of a goofball. I'm not a goofball. He's a sharp guy, but he's kind of fun. He doesn't give you this kind of stock answers. He's interesting.
All right, last one. We've been waiting all day for this one. Ozuna from the Braves.
Yeah.
We have obtained the audio of what he said to Michael Harris that led to the big 2-run homer last night.
Okay.
I've been through that situation a lot, and this year I was having that situation earlier this season, so I know how it's important to you how you face up and then show in front of the problems when you're struggling at the play and you want to produce and then everything you going is on the hole. So I told him hey, you the best center field in the league, not even the league, in the whole MLB. So you gotta trust yourself and then.
There you go.
Ozuna's stepping up with some leadership.
Well, as we said earlier, Carl, if anybody out there knows what it's like to be kicked while he's down, then kicked again, it's Ozuna. I don't think it's all self-inflicted, but I mean, he's a guy who's been through the ringer.
He has. I'm glad he did this. Listen, I said it. I've been saying all along that he can help us, and obviously the Braves feel the same way. They're still running him out there. Snit's giving him an opportunity. He has helped us win some games.
And 300 since May 1st.
We're paying him a lot of money. But this is another side that now I have respect for, because this is the kind of stuff, again, that goes on, unspoken, Mike. A lot of times this stuff happens and nobody ever talks about it. Michael Money Harris was like, look, he was the guy that came to me, and then we were like, oh, the media. Oh, what did he say? So I like this. I like the fact that Ozuna, despite his struggles, is still a good enough teammate to try to build another guy up to say, hey, man, you're the best. I love this story. I really do.
All right, guys, we got to run. K. Connor Riley up next. Day, hit my music.
Just doesn't come across as well as saying, Bo, hit my music. I'm just saying.
He's batting 500 for June, by the way. After batting 297 for Mass at 300.
He's killing it, man. Let's hope Money Harris stays hot. Stay hot! All right, Dog Report's coming up. And then Arthur Smith, part of our sit-down with him as we're trying to find out as much as we can about our Falcons. And he was enlightening us yesterday. Stay right there, 4 o'clock hour straight ahead. Dukes and Bell back at it again. Arthur Smith, part of our interview with him coming up, part 1, and then part 2 at the 5 o'clock hour as he sat down with us yesterday. A lot of people hitting me up, Mike, talking about Arthur and, just his blatant honesty. If you're paying attention, he doesn't beat around the bush, and he kind of tells you what's what, and that's kind of who he is. People were laughing at the part where he talked about, the videos these NFL teams put out that make it seem like every pick is a hit. And it's funny because you always wonder, like, behind the scenes what's really going on. And every team, has that video. Oh, great pick. Woo! High five and everybody. Yeah, great pick.
Arthur's take basically is all the stuff that goes on, how the sausage gets made, and all you see is everybody high-fiving and the owner. And Jerry comes over, he's hugging his son. And Mike McCarthy, he waddles over from the buffet. Great pick there, boss. The way it works.
Not everybody feels that way. He's right. There is some fakeness to that. But you'll hear part 1 of the interview coming up here in less than 15 minutes. Right now, though, let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right, first of all, before we get into anything dog-related, man, how are you, Connor? We know you got into an accident a few weeks back. How are you feeling? And I know it was traumatic, but we're so glad that you're good and healthy and that you came out okay after seeing those pictures, man.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm getting some help, and I really appreciate the kind words and the space you guys have given me. This is always a highlight, and I'm so thrilled that I get to continue to do this and just trying to string good days together. And we're getting better and better at doing that. So thanks for the kind words, and thanks again for letting me come on and at least do things that were normal before the accident. So I really appreciate that, Carl and Mike.
Yeah, it was a real bad wreck with an 18-wheeler, guys. For guys who missed the story when it broke down. Hey, man, the SEC going up to D.C. is something they do all the time. We talked about this yesterday. It's, I guess, an annual sojourn to work on their local congressman or whatever, trying to lobby. I don't think Congress, they have a little more bigger fish to fry that they're not frying right now when it comes to NIL. Will we ever get anything on the national level, federal legislation? Because California is got some legislation in the hopper, which could really turn over the apple cart.
I'd be really, really surprised if we ever see any national sort of legislation on this. The reality is, the NCAA, through now multiple leaderships, Charlie Baker now making his first sort of sojourn up there to D.C., this has been something they've been trying to get done for a while now, and this might just be personal opinion. I'm just very skeptical that it's ever going to happen and come together that way. We'll ultimately see if something changes, but I don't, and this isn't a political statement in any sort of fashion, but I don't know how you look at the way things are going with Congress in general over the last decade or so and think they're going to come together and agree on something something of this, triviality, so to speak. And so, I know Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, has maybe floated the idea of at least trying to get, say, the SEC states to get all their sort of state laws and the universities working within their own states to at least have a level playing field in that aspect. These schools, these conferences, they want to have the same level playing field, but the reality is, they're just bigger fish, as you point out, Mike, to not be fried by Congress, to expect to see a national NIL sort of legislation get introduced.
Connor, I know you wrote a piece about Carson Beck. He's not won the starting job yet, but you're saying that a lot of draft analysts are raving about him. Why? What's the deal with Carson Beck? What's going on?
I think when you, and again, this is perusing mostly, backup action against Vanderbilt, a spring game here or there, some time against TCU's backups in the national championship game. But he's got a lot of interesting traits, really good size, 6'4", 215. He's not a dynamic athlete, I would say, but it'll get lost. He's not a bad athlete either. I think a fair comparison to him is think of the way Joe Burrow uses his athleticism. It is functional enough for him to make plays with his legs, to see him scramble for 6-7 yards and pick up a big first down if need be. And he's got a really talented arm. There were some really impressive throws in again, limited action sample size that we've seen from him so far. But I think if you project out the weapons that he's going to be able to play with this year, with the line that he's going to be playing behind, it wouldn't come as a big shock to see him have a really big season. Brock Bowers is back. Georgia has, in my opinion, the best offensive line in college football coming back. Ladd McConkey and Dominic Levitt are going to be NFL-level wide receivers, and with some questions about the Georgia running game, I would expect them to lean on Carson Beck and see what he can do. So assuming he wins the job, which is the assumption that I am working under, I think he's going to be the starter. if he plays up to some of the things that we've already seen him do, along with some of the pieces around him, you're going to see him have, I think, a really big season. And that, in turn, because of sort of the weight that he's had to have, could lead to some early NFL draft buzz. Now, the one thing that I would caution against, the list of quarterbacks that went in the first round that have 16 or fewer starts, I believe off the top of my head, it is Mitch Trubisky, Cam Newton, Anthony Richardson, and Mark Sanchez. That's not a great sample size to be working from. And again, he still has to formally win the job and keep the job. But there's a lot of reason to be excited about what Carson Beck could possibly bring to the table.
We talked about this the other day with some of the preseason rankings, and some of the guys, some national figurehead was bloviating about the quarterback situation. I mean, Tyler Buckner, he was a solid piece for Notre Dame before he got injured. He did throw for, I think, 5 touchdowns in a bowl game. But if they wanted him, I mean, things were there. He wouldn't be at Alabama. And I guess, is he the lead dog, we presume, is going to be the quarterback because they changed coaches? Coaching hires weren't exactly the most compelling. I just wonder why some people want to put Bama over Georgia in some polls.
Yeah, you know, again, Kirk Herbstreit had some really interesting comments last week about Alabama sort of being a hungrier program because they had a down year. I think if you go back and look at some of the comments Kirk Herbstreit had made the year before, they were essentially the same thing. You know, Alabama had lost to Georgia in the national championship game, and therefore they were going to be the hungrier team. And we saw how that played out. They weren't hungry despite having, I think, 2 of the best players in college football in Bryce Young and Will Anderson. And now they don't have those guys. And the reality is, you know, and look, Kirby's going to have to go out there and show it this third season, but he's hyper aware of, you know, the motivation needed to go through and try and win another national championship. He hit every right note a season ago with that group and saying, you know, this is a group that a lot of guys hadn't proven that they could do this yet. And then they went out there and exactly proved that they could. And going into this season, you heard Kirby Smart right after the national title game sort of talking about how this team, it's going to be a different sort of challenge for them to get in that right motivational headspace. And you've already sort of hear him talk a little bit about luck and how Georgia was fortunate to beat Ohio State and Missouri in one-score games last year. And so that might motivate this team, which, again, we've talked about it throughout the offseason. I think there's a chance that, you know, they may not have the offense be as great as it was last season, but I think when you combine with the improvements made on the defense along with what they bring back on offense, it might be a more balanced team going into the 2023 season. And the reality is, you know, we talk so much about Georgia and Alabama. You know, they haven't played. They're not scheduled to play this year. If they meet in the SEC championship game, that'll be the first real chance to do it. Georgia's still 1-4 against Alabama with Kirby Smart against Nick Saban. And there are a lot of guys that have heard a lot about Alabama. A lot of these guys were recruited by Alabama. If Georgia gets a chance to play Alabama, they're going to be super motivated to go out there and prove that, yeah, that 2021 national title game, or 2022 national title game, rather, that wasn't a fluke. That was very much what this rivalry, and I'm willing to call it a rivalry just given the big games they've played in. That's what this rivalry is going to be about going forward. You know, as much as Georgia has accomplished in winning the last 2 national titles, there are very clearly, and I think Kirk Herbstreit is among them, people out there that still give Alabama the benefit of doubt over Georgia. I think if Georgia goes out and makes a statement again this season, I think that flips completely.
We're talking with Connor Riley from Dog Nation, guys. We talk with him each and every week as we talk college football. The renderings of Jacksonville's new stadium, stunning. And listen, I don't know if it's going to look exactly like this, but it's kind of cool to think of what it could look like once all this stuff is updated. And, you know, with Georgia, Florida remaining there, with the updated renderings, is this the long-term answer for Georgia, Florida, staying in Jacksonville?
I feel pretty confident saying Florida wants it there long-term. They've made very clear they want to keep that game there long-term. Georgia, there are aspects of them that want it there. There is the financial benefit. And, again, I think the city of Jacksonville, in addition to upgrading the stadium, they're well aware they're going to have to start giving Georgia and Florida more and more money to keep enticing them because Kirby Smart does want that extra home recruiting weekend every 2 years. And with, you know, the SEC figuring out its schedule, if they're going to stick at an 8-game schedule and you're only getting 3 home games at SEC home games every other year where every other program is getting 4, you know, that's a recruiting disadvantage that does add up over the course of time. And so you start to understand and see Kirby Smart's logic there a little bit more. But if Jacksonville's willing to upgrade this stadium, which I would agree with you, caller, it does look very nice. It looks a lot like SoFi Stadium. And I will say, as someone who was there, they got to figure out something when it rains because I was in the stadium that day. It was raining outside in Los Angeles, and I was getting wet, and I was just very confused by it. and there were multiple fans that were as well. But if they figure out that sort of design flaw there, I think if Jacksonville's going to make their stadium look like that, and I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the current Jacksonville stadium, and it is much, in my opinion, need of renovations. If Jacksonville's that serious and they do make those level of renovations, you have to imagine they're also going to be very comfortable with giving both Georgia and Florida the money to keep this game in Jacksonville every single season.
It is our man Connor Riley, guys. Connor Riley on Twitter. Get the latest from Dog Nation on what's going down. I guess you can't get them all, but win the battle. And I guess people kind of sleeping on Clemson a little bit. They do steal a top linebacker. I did get a kick out of some of Georgia fans going, if he don't want to be at Georgia, the hell with him. But Sammy Brown seems like a class act and did thank all the coaches that had been in the recruiting process, even though he's going to Death Valley.
Yeah, Sammy Brown, 5-star linebacker, I believe the #1 linebacker in the country, from Jefferson, Georgia, just up the road from Athens, with teammates with Malachi Starks at Jefferson High School. Look, at Dabo Swinney, well, they've gone 21-6 the last 2 years, still the best program in the ACC, but I think a very clear step down from where they were at the end of the 2010s when they were winning national championships and beating Ohio State or Alabama on some regularity. This is a reminder that, as weird as Dabo might be, as different as some of us might see him through, the eyes that he interacts with the media, he still has a way with certain kids, and they do things very particularly there at Clemson. And with the recruiting week they've had of late, they picked up some big wide receivers as well. They land Sammy Brown. And, Clemson, throughout the entire run of Dabo Swinney there, they've always had a tremendous amount of success going into Georgia and being able to recruit that area. Sammy Brown is just the latest example of that. And look, Georgia and Clemson opened the season against each other in 2024, and Georgia's got more games at the end of this decade scheduled against Clemson. While they've still got, I think, a ways to go to get back to that top echelon, and I think they're a program that would really welcome that 12-team playoff this season as opposed to a 4-team playoff. They're a program that is still going to be around and very clearly, I think, still going to try and make things difficult in a way, outside of maybe Alabama, Ohio State, occasionally LSU, very few programs in the country can do right now on a consistent basis.
Today we were talking about a couple of things college football-wise. Just want to get your opinion on it. First of all, Big Ten unveils its new football model for 2024. Mike and I were talking about some of the scheduling.
I'll tell you what, some games that I would definitely be tuning in to watch, like a Michigan going to USC, for example, or Ohio State going to UCLA, just two of the games that they've released.
And they have a 9-game schedule, right, Connor? They don't play 8. They play 9, which is what we thought the SEC was going to go to, which gets us back to this whole conversation. Is this basically just for 2024 for the SEC?
So, yes, the Big Ten, they do 9 games. They're doing away with divisions. I think that is what ultimately the SEC wants to get to. As it stands right now, the SEC is going to go to an 8-game schedule for the 2024 season. That is the only thing they have on the books. They will be unveiling the opponents next Wednesday, June 14th, in terms of a primetime special, in terms of who is playing. I'm not certain that they're going to have the dates just yet, but they are unveiling who Georgia will be playing in those aspects. They've said that they want to get, a 9-game conference schedule on the books. And Sankey had expressed some optimism at SEC meetings, I guess 2 weeks ago now, that was going to get done. But we've been here for 2 years talking about the possibility of a 9-game schedule with Texas and Oklahoma joining the league, and we still don't know when it's going to happen. So I think at this point, I'm starting to get more and more skeptical, even with Texas and Oklahoma joining the league officially next July. I'm still skeptical that we're ultimately going to see a 9-game schedule just because, again, there are a lot of programs out there that are hesitant to go that route. And even you saw in some of the reporting, Nick Saban in Alabama, they voted against the idea of going to a 9-game schedule because their 3 permanent opponents would be LSU, Tennessee, and Auburn. And Nick Saban, for a long time, who was vocal about going to a 9-game schedule, he now has some reservations about that. And you've got a program like Alabama who has all the talent and all the money advantages in the world. If you have them worried about a 9-game schedule and what that looks like, you're opening the door for lesser programs like a Kentucky, a South Carolina, an Arkansas, so to speak, to go that route and say, hey, let's just stick with 8. We do the 1-7 model and we sort of just go that route. And so while publicly they're still expressing the idea of going to a 9-game schedule and the Big Ten unveiling their model, certainly doesn't help that aspect. I'm starting to get to the point where until I officially see that they're going to 9 games and it's officially done, I'm going to be a little bit skeptical that we're going to see it just because we've been in this position for so long now.
And it was kind of mixed signals because officially the university, at least the athletic department, Josh Jacobs was for it, if I'm reading it correctly, but Kirby was, but Kirby never used his platform to back it. He said it was a silly argument.
Right, yeah, and you know that's classic Kirby there. You know, again, the understanding that Georgia wants the 9-game schedule in part because, again, if they go to an 8-game schedule and they're doing the 1-7 model where you get one permanent opponent, Georgia's not playing Auburn every year. And look, I'm sorry, but you know there are a lot of people that want to see Georgia go visit Texas A&M. If we're sacrificing the Deep South's oldest rivalry for Georgia to go play Texas A&M, Georgia to go play Mississippi State more often, that's just not the college football that I think people want to be enjoying. You know, it becomes a true, in that sense, minor league NFL, and that I think satisfies no one who really enjoys the sport.
I agree. Connor Riley, great job, man. We'll talk to you next week. Can't wait to see what the schedules look like. Tell the people where they can follow you.
Yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter at @KConnorRiley. Thanks a lot, Mike and Carl.
All right, guys. Coming up, Arthur Smith, part 1 of what he had to tell us yesterday at Flowery Branches. We're trying to find out as much as we can about our Falcons before we get to camp. We're going to play part 2 at 5 o'clock. But Arthur Smith sat down with Mike and I. You'll hear it next.
we are about to sit down and have a deep conversation with the head coach of our Atlanta Falcons, and he's smiling because he knows that's probably not going to happen. Arthur Smith!
It may be deep for y'all, but it's not going to be deep for me.
We're going to go 60 Minutes Roy Firestone on Arthur Smith right now.
Arthur, I really want to know how you feel. Sure. We will get into a variety of things. First of all, man, how are you? Yeah. You look good. We saw you draft day. We were here. Oh, actually, the day after.
Right. Yeah.
Bijan was here, and you had a big smile on your face, and you were like, yeah, I'm assuming you feel and felt really good as that thing played out. But that's the last time we saw you. Thank you so much for giving us the hour and hanging out with us here again on Dukes and Bell. But how are you doing? How are things?
I'm doing great. It's everybody super optimistic this time of year. It's kind of comical when you see some of these headlines going around. But I feel great. We've got a good group out here. This is a fun group to work with. We're excited. That optimism here is real because we've been building this team and some of the additions we've gotten in this group right here. It's going to be a fun season.
Yeah, as season ticket holders and fans, we just got Greg. I know it's just shells and helmets, but the team just looks. You got some studs. It looks like you're really added. The first couple of years, you were kind of limited by the cap and what you could do with the roster. It just seems like this team's got a lot of size, a lot of potential physicality.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got a lot of unique personnel packages we can throw at you, offensively and defensively. About the depth in a lot of spots, and like I said, it's going to be fun. I mean, we've got a lot of guys at different skill sets, and we can deploy different personnel groups and get into empty with big personnel groups, and it's not that you've got a bunch of slow people out there and you're just doing it because you think that's in vogue or whatever. I mean, it's a problem. We should have some good matchups, and we've got guys that can catch and run. We got guys that can get the ball out of the backfield, or they can also split out and are legitimate route runners. So offensively, it's fun. And then you look at defensively, a lot of depth up front, a lot of different personnel packages. We got guys that, with Troy and Caden, pressure the quarterback, but guys that can run and cover. Back end, we've got pretty good about our depth as well.
Is this the new NFL? I've heard a lot this offseason about how you have described what you want to attempt to do with football. We had Drake come in here earlier, and he was talking about this. And, I'm assuming that guys are hearing this because the first thing I think about when I hear positionless football is positionless basketball, where everybody on the floor can handle the ball, shoot, rebound, lead the break. And I'm thinking, can you explain how you view this when you have all these chess pieces on the table? Am I seeing or hearing this correctly?
I think you're seeing a natural evolution. I think you're seeing it in a lot of sports. I mean, I'm watching the NBA Finals, and you see Jokic bring the ball up,
right?
And you're seeing a lot of young kids. I mean, look at the state of Georgia. I mean, look, this is a football crazy place. The amount of talent that gets recruited out of here, and it seeps down to the youth level, coaching here and the development. And sometimes I think people go overboard with the year round, but that's a subject for a different day. We can go on that rant if you want me to filibuster there. But in all seriousness, when kids are playing basketball year round, playing in these 7-on-7s, they're more skilled. So the talent level coming into the league, I think, is a little bit different. You go back and you look at a mid-90s football game, a guy got played at running back, and he was in the eye. On third down, you go back and look at these things. Guys are taking, under center drops on 3rd and 8, and they're in the I formation or, our strong formation, offset back, 2-back, stuff like that. And those guys, they just played running back. Maybe they're a little bit in the screen game. Well, you get these 7-on-7 leagues. You look at a guy like Bijan, and he did some of it in Texas, but that was a talented group. I mean, he obviously won the Doak Walker, but you go back to some of his high school 7-on-7 and playing in the slot. So this isn't super foreign for him. And there's a lot of players like Bijan coming in. You've seen it, and certainly we've done it with Cordell Patterson.
Right.
And then you see the Niners kind of do it with Debo after that. And then when you really go back, we did a lot of it with Jonnu, Tennessee. Some of it, not a ton, but enough where cracked toss play he had against Houston and some of the stuff we did in the red zone, him coming out of backfield. The way we deployed him a little bit different. A.J. Brown, if we had asked A.J. to go play running back, I'm confident he could have done it. The way he can catch and run, and he was also a great baseball player. So I think you're seeing guys that are more skilled. Now you could say, hey, fundamentally, maybe guys aren't as developed as they used to be, position specific, but that's what I think you're seeing the trends in sports.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I'm just giving you my theory.
Right. It is Arthur Smith with us, guys. We're going to have for an hour, man. So we got all sorts of areas we can cover. But we just had Jake Matthews in earlier. We replayed it for the audience. The offensive line, I know you got to plug in your left guard. There's a competition there, but it just seems like you established your personality on this team. We're going to run the football. We're going to be a physical team. And it just seems like this year, all the things you want to do is based on an offensive line that's maybe the best it's been since you've been here.
Yeah, those guys have done a great job. The growth, and that's a consistency, and that's why you go back and look at the history. And there's one thing, going back and listen to Jimmy Johnson and some of the stuff I've read about it, talks about how important that O-line coach is and the development in that position. And I think Dwayne Ledford's done a terrific job. These guys and the way their habits, that's a tough room to step into.
Right.
So when Matt Bergeron or Javon Gwynn come in there, and we like the makeup of them, hey, these guys are off and running. Like, we got our development plans for them, but you better catch up. Feel really good about the culture in that room, those guys, and Jake and Chris, their leadership in their own way. So we got to continue to improve, and that's the thing in the NFL. You got to improve it every year. And it's not just like, hey, you run the ball. We're going to be physical in the protection as well. You can be a passive pass protector. You can be a physical. We want to be physical in everything we do. So it's not just, hey, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. We're trying to get explosives. We're trying to change the launch points, all that stuff.
Let's talk about Desmond Ridder, Coach, because I know you're tired of talking about Desmond Ridder because it's all anybody's talked about this offseason. But it is a big deal, right? I mean, it is the next step. And I think people want to know, specifically Falcon fans, how are we developing him? How are you going about that process of making Des better from year 1 to year 2? We know we only saw 4 starts, but my guess is, and I've said this to our audience, you probably have a much better feel than anybody else in seeing him every day behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. How are you going about developing him?
Well, there's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm not going to get into every single nuance, but some of it's just practical. Des is a guy coming in this league that has a lot of starts. It's the hardest thing when you're developing quarterback is getting real game. There's been people who've tried, the virtual reality trend that went belly up like 8 or 9 years ago. I believe that at Stanford, and some teams have bought in, and then you go back and look at the teams that bought in. Somebody was invested in it, was trying to push it, and that didn't really work. But
yeah, right.
And people have tried, and how do you develop quarterbacks when there's only so many reps you can get? There's only so many game reps. Des got a lot of game reps, right, coming in the league, which helps. Now the NFL is a little bit different. We brought him on last year, so he's got 4 starts on him. It's just your philosophy. This time of year, like we're trying to push Desmond, with different looks and different things we're challenging on the field to apply it. And then really in the classroom, he's got to take another step. But I think when you step in this role and you got to let him lead in his own way, I think sometimes too many coaches, they've had success from another place, and they come in there and they want you to act like this player. And that becomes fraudulent. You got to see right through that. Des got his own style, and he's a real dude. And so there's a lot of things that Dave Ragone, we try to make things hard for him out here, best we can in this kind of controlled environment, what I call a passing camp. Get him to push the limits, because you got to make those throws in practice. You can card him up on a Friday, get in a game plan, and make him feel good, and all of a sudden that's not real. We got to try that stuff now, so we're constantly pushing Des. Very excited about how he's coming along and the way he's working.
When we talk about Des, because we're big fans, but again, we've got to see more of it. You've seen it, you're close to it. Does the college experience have any bearing on the pro experience? When you look at, you drafted him for a reason because he had so many starts and he had so many big games with Cincinnati. Did it have any bearing on why you picked him or why you believe in him?
Yeah, well, you've got a larger sample size. Well, there's always exceptions. I mean, you play the what about game all day, but right. There's an old Bill Parcells things about having a certain number of starts. It goes back to what I was just talking about. Like, can't simulate those reps. A lot of times it's in the pocket. And the pockets aren't as – that's the one thing, too, in the college game, and this isn't a shot at anything. Some of those guys have 5-6 Mississippi to throw the football, right? And it's like, well, what happened? It's like, well, you know what? Their 13 O-line is probably better than your first defense, and they're just sitting back there. That did feel like 7-on-7. So a pocket can collapse in the NFL so fast. Guys that aren't used to having – bodies at their feet, having to move in the pocket, and they don't have all those reps over and over. I mean, it's fast, and it's still, there's a transition no matter if you played in a dirty pocket or not, but those reps matter. You got a longer sample size, you can more confident in what you're getting.
Coach, and Coach is going to be here with us for an hour, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're live at Flowery Branch. OTA is going on today. Unfortunate news about Avery, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I heard you say, you know, we've got a couple of options and whatnot in the return games specifically. And if you're just joining us, Avery torn ACL. I guess it happened Friday, and he's having surgery this week. But I know you addressed it earlier today, and I just want to get your thoughts on, you know, the depth. Mike and I continue to talk about the depth. Adding depth to this team has been a big deal, and I think we've got more than we've had since you've been here. But talk about the injury, and then on top of that, you know, where are you at with the how you stack this team up, and you and you know, Terry Fontenot, how you've gone about building this?
Well, you know, with Avery, I mean, there was going to be competition. Obviously, Avery did a nice job, played a lot of multiple spots for us, filled in on offense in different spots. The year before, did it in defense, and he had a good year on the punt returns. So it's unfortunate, but
we're talking about Avery Williams, guys.
Right,
by the way, go ahead.
And so with Avery, you know, you talk about the depth. There's other guys that can return punts that have done it. You know, Mike Hughes is a guy that's new to the program. Mike's got a history done in this league, pretty successful in college. There's guys, Penny Hart did it at Georgia State. It'll be good competition. There's going to be competition for Avery too, and we got a lot of confidence in Avery. He'll be back, and confidence, you know, he'll take this obstacle and come back better. It's what's an unfortunate situation, but that's just a microcosm of where we feel the depth is in a lot of spots. I mean, you need everybody. I mean, you're going to play a long season. You don't develop that depth. Everybody we have in our program, whether that's the 90th person, highest paid person, we're going to have a plan. We're going to coach as hard as we can, and you need all those guys. I mean, too many times people think, oh, yeah, this guy's not going to be here, but really are. Reality is, I mean, you've got 53, you got 16 practice squad. You're going to be relying on those guys at some point. And it may be a critical game in November and December. So we're big in the development, and our guys believe in it. And we've showed we'll play a guy that's a college free agent over a guy that's a draft pick if they're not ready. The best guys are going to play.
It is Arthur Smith with us, guys. And, you know, the imagination, we talked about this at length a couple of seasons. Cordell Patterson is a guy that, you know, I mean, he's got to be excited because you found a niche for him that wasn't discovered in other spots in his NFL career, turned into a dynamic weapon. Now we talk about, you know, Tyler Algier, 1,000-yard rusher. We're going to get into Bijan and how you guys selected. We'll get into that a little bit later in this hour. But it just seems like you've got a lot of weapons. It seems like if you're all coaches, you're a mad scientist. You've got a lot of weapons, you got more stuff to play with this year than you ever had in your NFL career as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get caught up in the moment or recency bias, but I feel pretty damn good about where we're at, and we'll have some fun person. We're expecting big things from CP,
right?
You know, so people forget about Cordell Patterson. People get caught in the recency bias of Tyler, and obviously you draft Bijan, but they're all different players, right? CP played a lot of roles for us in 21. It's out of necessity last year. I tell you this.
More with Arthur Smith coming up, guys, here on Dukes and Bell. 5 o'clock, you hear part 2 of that interview. We got some guy talk on the way. Want to remind you, this hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Mike, what do we have coming up?
Hey, man, Messi coming to the USA. Barcelona looking down its nose at MLS competition. And if you run the Belmont Stakes this Saturday, are they going to put gas masks on the horses? Coming up next.
time for fun. It's time for guy talk.
Never mind.
It's time for shenanigans.
You want shenanigans? We're going to have shenanigans coming out of your butt. We're going to be at Willie B's guys over at Silverbacks Park tomorrow. Join the party, man. We're raising some awareness for soccer here in Metro Atlanta. We met with the dudes that are running this event, and it's really just a really cool way for you to help by drinking Bud Light, hanging out with us, getting involved with all the other things that are going to sell at the bar. And again, the proceeds are going to go help youth soccer so the kids don't have to pay for the soccer and all the different soccer arenas. I should say all the venues around town which these guys put together.
Soccerstreets.org. That is the website to learn more. Must be 21 plus, and please drink responsibly, as we will tomorrow with our friends with Soccer in the Streets and Bud Light. All right, that's going to be tomorrow, guys, 2 to 7. Come on out and join us.
Yeah, might need to crash at your house tomorrow after the show. Because I just did one of those things that I do from time to time. And usually...
Whoa. What do you mean time to time?
You know, when I'm about to do something, make a purchase, and I turn to you as if somehow you're the voice of reason. Because we maintain this...
What did you do now?
We maintain this sort of Gumby and Pokey. You know, I'm the Gumby, I'm the stupid, wacky one, and Pokey, that's Carl, because he's the voice of reason, generally.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes he goes Gumby, too.
What did you do?
I bought a brand new drum set. A real drum set.
You mean a real
Like
drum
a real...
set?
Yeah.
Wow. Can I ask how expensive this drum set was? I'm sorry? Are you serious?
It's 5 figures.
You just purchased this?
During the commercial break. Isn't technology amazing?
What are you going to do with this?
Okay, so I have an electronic kit. And you've seen the photos. If you see us when we work from home sometimes, or I'm posting photos from my office, I've got a plastic, it's a nice electronic kit. But when you play it feels like you're playing Tupperware. I've got a gig in July. I'm actually playing with a band again.
Okay.
My buddy Ron is doing his big show at one of the country clubs down in Peachtree City. I'm going to be playing drums. So I figured, I'm going to borrow somebody's kit. I want to get my own kit. Got my own set.
So you just bought a drum set.
Cymbals. I didn't buy the gong. I didn't go that far.
Yeah.
But I mean, real acoustic drums.
Okay,
that my wife is now going to freak out over because it's loud. The whole neighborhood's going to hear it.
Well, yes, Mike. I mean, usually you play the drums in a studio that's soundproof.
Yes.
Does your wife know this?
Well, if she's listening now, and she's generally watching,
listening, judging,
she does know. So, Becky, this is the nice way of us kind of breaking the ice on the whole drum kit.
Oh, my goodness.
But the good news is, and there is a silver lining, my wife is the most improved golfer at the country club, and she plays a lot of golf. So when she's out on the links, I'll just be out there doing my thing.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I can't wait. Now, all I got to do now is, and I'll reach out to, our buddy Eric, the engineer, and say, we got to just find a way to get some old rugs and just do a grab-ass version of soundproofing.
Well, you've got a plan. I mean, come on. I mean, you just did this without telling your wife. Honey, I'm bringing a new drum set in.
I wanted, there's nothing like, you know what it was? It was Monday or Tuesday. We had the meeting with the guys from the soccer thing.
Yeah.
And they have a real drum set on the 8th floor. And the last time I wailed on that set, it was right over WAOK and V103 studios, and Reggie came running up. What the hell's going on? There's nothing like playing the real drum. So there you go. So, honey, bought a real drum kit.
The only thing that'll be in the air tonight is Mike sleeping on the couch.
Listen, I used to make fun of him because when he lived in Midtown and he played these damn drums and he'd be like, what you think? And I get a picture of him playing the drums at like 1 a.m.
Right.
So I'm glad that you were going to fulfill this need that you have.
Yes, I want it. I must have it. Hey, man, a lot of guys wanted Lionel Messi, one of the, if not the greatest soccer player to ever dress out. I mean, it all depends on where he falls in your order, but, the greatest of the greats. I know some guys are Cristiano Ronaldo guys. I've always been a Messi guy. Well, Barcelona kind of looks down their nose at his move to the MLS in their communique, which is backfired, by the way. There's a lot of people taking shots at Barcelona. He could have gone back there. There's always some kind of intrigue with Barcelona. There's always mysteries about how the money gets spent and the egos and all this. And he just basically said, I want to go to Inter Miami, play in South Florida. And they said, yeah, less pressure down there. Good for you.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to deal with the soap opera of Barca. And so, yes.
He's been in it a long time.
Correct. But he's only 35.
I know.
But this is, to a degree, some would look at as a feeder series to the elite, soccer leagues around the world. But for MLS, this is bigger than Beckham. This is bigger than when David Beckham went to the Galaxy. And the ticket prices, if you're an Atlanta United season ticket holder, holy shnikes. You're going north of $750 to $1,000, depending on where you're sitting for that September 16th game. which they're apparently going to go to 70,000 at Mercedes-Benz.
I know they are. I mean, why wouldn't you when you're going to have arguably one of the biggest stars in the world coming in? This is not an everyday occurrence, so they're going to take advantage of it. But, Mike, every team that's left on the schedule for them is going to take advantage of this.
Right. You got to. We've got the ability to obviously nearly double the capacity because of how the stadium is set up. I think it's great. And good for Messi because you and I talked about this yesterday. For years, this was always kind of like the hope of hopes for Inter Miami. They could pull this off. But he actually did take a lot less money because, as you guys know, Saudi Arabia is offering $500 million, if not more, to some of the best soccer players in Europe right now. Including the best in the world.
Well, so what do you think made this happen? Because, again, Apple's going to pay part of this, right?
Right.
They've cut a deal with him where he's getting salary from various entities.
Because the team alone can't do it.
No. And, it's not like he's coming over here for cheap. They're paying him a lot of money, but it's coming from various sources. But what do you think it was that made him want to come, Mike? Just the idea of – because, again, is the soccer better over there? Yes, it is. So this is just more likely a ploy for him to get, more exposure over here. I think they even gave him part of ownership in this deal.
Well, for him, you do have less stress. You just step on the pitch. You're the best player on the pitch, even at age 35.
Yep.
It's hard to imagine someone's going to hard tackle Messi. Come on. So this guy's going to have fun, but he will have it in a less stressful environment and still make a lot of money. And he's doing it on his own terms, which is good for him. So, look, if the benefit is for South Florida, it's going to be bananas. They're trying now to find ways where they can tweak the schedule so they can play at the Hard Rock as opposed to that temporary facility they have in Lauderdale.
Yeah, because it holds more folks. This is where they profit a little bit more.
Hey, man, we talked to Pat Forty earlier in the week. Pat, in addition to being a college football and basketball guy, he's a big horse racing guy because he grew up in Louisville. Even Pat said he's got no interest in the Belmont Stakes. The Preakness was terrible. None of the horses ran, and all the different controversies have been plaguing the Triple Crown the last few years. Well, now we got a problem in New York because of the smoke from the Canadian wildfires. It looks like the horses might not be able to run at the Belmont because obviously you need some horse lung capacity to be shooting down that that track.
Yeah,
a mile and a half.
Mike, do they even run this race though? Seriously, with all that's going on,
right?
They're telling us people, humans, not to be outside for long periods of time.
Right. What do you make it like World War I? They're going to put giant gas masks on the horses.
Yeah.
Now, come on. So it looks like maybe they'll postpone it. Not that anyone in the sporting world really gives a flip. Only 9 horses running in this thing, and to be honest, the reaction has been a bit lukewarm. Hey, one last nugget while we got time. You're not supposed to bet on football. You know this, right? If you're a football player, NFL-wise.
Yeah.
Well, just to help get the message across, Tom Brady is going to be delivering a message on a video that everybody is going to be watching around the NFL. NFL reached out to Tom Brady. He recorded a special message, an educational video for his players about the do's and don'ts of what you can do and where you can't do it and what you're not supposed to be betting on so you don't get suspended.
More coaches are saying they're talking about this at OTAs, which is what's going on with the Falcons, mandatory minicamp. They're having these conversations, which you would think they wouldn't have to. But, Mike, how much does this help coming from the GOAT? How much?
Big time. Yeah, I think if nothing else, I would think, how many old videos when you were a kid? Do you remember? Kids, we're going to watch a film strip. Everyone's got to pull out your Coleco pocket football or whatever. Okay, I'm dating myself. But hey, it's the GOAT basically said of the message. There's your guy talk. Don't forget, guys, Willie B's. If you're over into cab, we never get out that side of Spaghetti Junction, so come by and see us tomorrow, 2 to 7. Chris, you going to be there?
Heck yeah.
Come meet Turtle. Bond with him and Dukes and Bell. We'll see you over there.
All right, guys, coming up, part 2 of our interview with Arthur Smith, part of our Falcon Report. We'll get back into the Braves as well. They're trying to finish off the Mets tonight. Great pitching matchup at the ballpark tonight. We'll get into that with Grant McCauley next hour as well. It's Dukes and Bell. Reminder, this hour is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate.
Sports Radio.
Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. We had a chance to sit down with Arthur Smith. You're going to hear part 2 of that interview coming up as part of our Falcon Report. Also, a little bit later on this hour, Grant McCauley's going to stop by. Mike, listen, I want to sweep the Mets, but we've already won this series. Last night, Michael Money Harris.
Yeah, man, great to see him bust out. A bunt was all it took, maybe get some confidence. And again, the person who kind of gave him a little encouragement, if I'm going to get through this is kind of interesting. We'll tell you all about that coming up this hour.
This hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors, guys. We were talking with Arthur about the importance of OTAs. Listen to what he had to say.
It's voluntary for a reason, and there's some veterans that have their own programs, right? They should. Their expectations, they'll be ready to roll when training camp starts. But for some of these young guys are guys that want to come in here and locally, like, of course we want to coach everybody, but I've never had an issue when somebody doesn't want to be here. Because I keep saying you're going to make this team in August, and everybody's at different parts of their life or their career, but these young, I mean, you want guys that have a chance to develop them. And a perfect example, like when you get these young rookies, if we didn't have this time, there's a lot of strides that a lot of our young guys have. Just take Bijan, for example, as he's getting more comfortable in a lot of the different roles we're asking him. Well, if we didn't have this time, and now you're almost to week 1 if it started in training camp, and some things, new playbook, things that are unfamiliar. And I know there's always examples. People, what about the COVID year? What about lockout year, right? Yeah. 11. But overall, like, anytime you can train to do the job that you're getting paid to do, the better off we are. And get there with the language and the techniques and all that stuff. And those guys have made a ton of strides. You don't have that time, now you're doing that, and a little bit different expectation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so that they'll be further along when they get back here in July.
We talked to Drake, and it's funny because in some college plays, we joked around about the playbook. It's all pictures and imagery, and it's it's a lot of hand signals, and yours is a professional offense. There's a lot to get in. Let's talk about Bijan, because we had Bijan in person after the draft. Impressive dude. Carl got to watch him each week in Texas.
Hook him.
So take us behind the curtain. When were you locked in? When were you in Terry? How did the decision come? Did you want him? Were you earmarking him before months out?
Well, no.
When did your love affair with Bijan begin?
Well, I'll take our 3 first-round picks: Kyle, Drake, and Bijan. Obviously, your one's a little bit different. We were coming out of some of the coach restrictions, so a little bit different. But when you get involved as a coach, the season ends, right? The scouts have done all this work. They've had some of their meetings, getting a list, and the board's not set yet. But you're getting, it's been funneled down to you, so you're diving in, full steam. And so you're looking at the guys that we think we've got top 10 grades on. And then you start kind of, as you get closer, all right, what's realistic? Who's really going to be? You try to game all that stuff out, so you better be ready to pick. You're screwed if you only like one person, because we know it's like Murphy's Law. Right. You wish it open. And that's what I always joke. I've been making a joke with Bassity. I said I want to see the live. Everybody's got these movies now they make of the draft room. Somebody's look like they went back in there and redid a couple scenes, because it's just not even that's not. There's no way. It's just not. Yeah.
The reaction.
Oh, it's so, some of it's so fake, but. I'd love to see, it's like, okay, that took you 4 weeks to edit that one, bud. But so the practical reality is when you're picking at 8, you better have a pod of guys. There's always going to be something unexpected. There's a lot of great players. It's got to be the right fit for you. You got to have a plan. So as we get closer, okay, I feel pretty confident. We stay at 8. These 4 or 5 guys, 3 of them will at least be there. Should, based on intelligence. There's a lot of guessing. There's so much BS out there. So, okay, all right. And I look at it as a coach, feel good about it. We've gone through all the meetings, gone on the road. We've done all this stuff. So here's our pot of guys. And in my mind goes, okay, we get these guys on our program. What's the best way to lead them to success? Have the environment, how are we going to use them? What's the plan? So I started making cut-ups, and we started meeting as the coaches. All right, player A, here's the plan for him. Player B, player C. So, the way it worked out, with Bijan being there and the way the draft fell, we were excited, because once we made that pick, we knew exactly, here's the plan. Here's the plan short term. Here's how we see it out. And with Bijan was one of those guys, and a lot of guys, they get into this now for different reasons, work out. And I like guys that want to be there, guys that maybe I'm messed up. I like guys that actually want to work. So we go down there and we go to dinner. I've never really been to Austin, Texas. Like,
Great spot.
what a great city. I've been a lot of other places in Texas. One of those places I always wanted to visit, whatever. So I go down to Austin and we go to dinner, and I'm like, God, I don't know who's more popular, Matthew McConaughey or him. It's like when you're at dinner, and he handled it well. I mean, if I handled it better, I would have. I was sitting in Chapel Hill, and everybody's like, parading. They weren't really doing it at the old line there back then in those days, Chapel Hill. And there's he's his own guy. He's humble, but just he handled all that success well. And then the next day we meet with him, worked him out. It was awesome. And we did that with a couple other guys, but that certainly helped.
Yeah, he talked about it, I think, a little bit with us. But I think I asked him about what you took him through. It was like, dude, he was like taking me through all these things, and I guess you wanted to see what you were getting. But he was like, it was pretty cool that a coach came in and did it. And I don't know if you were the only one that did that, but he was like, I really thought that was interesting that Arthur Smith came in and wanted me to do all these different things, and you wanted to see what he looked like and these different patterns and things that he was running.
Absolutely.
So it all played out, and we love the pick. I know there are a lot of people, that's the one thing I give you guys credit for. Arthur Smith, our guest, guys, coach of our Atlanta Falcons. You didn't let the narrative from the outside creep in. There was, there was just so much, I can't believe they're going to draft him. And you're like, give me the best player, right? I don't care about all that other stuff on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, because, again, right, chemistry and fit matter. And what's so painfully obvious sometimes, they haven't expanded since they added the Houston Texans, right? It's 32 teams. You guys have been in this. And it's awesome because it's why the NFL is so popular. It doesn't bother me, but there's 100x more people that cover this. Even in the smallest blogs and the smallest, and this isn't a shot at anybody. I'm just saying that it's awesome because you love people that care about the game. So I'm not making some sarcastic remark, but there's so much competition for airtime or picks or whatever. Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And in football, it's so unique. And I'm a fan when I watch basketball. I'm a fan when I watch the Braves. Watching lacrosse or whatever I'm watching. You may have some background and we love it and you're kind of trying to educate yourself, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not in those meetings. I don't game plan. I don't know that. Play. I try to read sometimes. I'm like, oh, okay. But football, there's so many variables. There's so many schemes. So when you get down to it, it's like fitting the chemistry. And then what's painfully obvious, some of these guys have been around the game a long time. Somebody told them something that educated them 30 years ago, and they're going to die on that hill. It's like, hey, man, a lot of things have changed in 30 years. There's other people than that first person who told you how the draft worked or how offense was supposed to be coached, because there's a lot of big egos in this business. Yeah, they may have had success in that period of time, but there's also other team here that did it completely opposite that success too. And so what's best for you and your team and your philosophy and your adapting. So, like, sometimes you fight that, and it actually makes me laugh because just go back and look at the history. So, if you follow conventional wisdom all the time, you don't take any risk. Like, I mean, there's a graveyard. For a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
But so, like, the arrogance they get up there, and some of it too. I mean, it's especially some of the blowhard TV.
Say it with conviction.
Well, I'm just saying, like, they get up there and it's like, that's not how you do. It's like, dude, what do you really know? When have you ever built a team? And tell me how that worked in the locker room. Just adding like it's fantasy football or something like that doesn't even make sense. Like, even how you're spending,
it's a surface narrative.
Sure, but I mean, like, how does that fit? Like the salary cap is probably more confusing than the tax code.
For us, for everybody else.
Sure, because you realize there's all these little exemptions, and you've got a good knowledge of. But that's why you better have the right people working in your salary cap department.
It's Arthur Smith, guys, which we're breaking down, Bijan. And part of the reason we felt you could go offense, regardless, best athlete available. You already talked about why you targeted him and what he can do, a myriad of opportunities offensively, is we felt, a ton of needs defensively. You shored up your offensive line. You kept Lindstrom. You got McGarry at a great rate. You brought in depth you've never had on both sides of the line in the trenches. Not to mention you got the best secondary we've had in this team in years. And we brought in tons of pass rush. How excited are you? And what's your relationship with Ryan Nielsen? And what do you think this is going to look like defensively?
Yeah, I'm obviously really excited about Ryan and a lot of the staff, and love what Dean force here. And Dean knew that when he took the job. what the reality is. I'm not going to be able to spend for a couple. I'm going to make the most one, coach, and everything we can to win games and do things the right way. And when it opened up this year, you know, retired, and it gave me some time to really kind of assess, use it to interview a lot of people, and also get their thoughts about where we're at roster-wise, their opinion. You know, sometimes you get so ingrained in your own thing, it's good to take a step back. Okay, how did y'all really see us, or that was really refreshing, and then kind of go look at the trends and okay, what do we got to defend? Especially look at what's trending offensively, and how did you guys defend this? How do you develop this? How do you implement a staff? How do you do game plans? Like, it was a long process. We had some fantastic coaches, but it goes back to, you know, Ryan's history on developing players, developing that front. That was the biggest thing for me, is how do we fix the front? And I didn't think there was a better guy to do that part. And then when you Jerry Gray on top of that, guy's a veteran. I've worked with Jerry before, but Jerry's evolved, and a lot of the knowledge he brings, the way we want to tweak things coverage wise, and so it worked out the way it should have, and couldn't be more excited than Jerry. And
developing talent is always a big part of this, guys. It's Dukes and Bell. You're hearing from Coach Arthur Smith. Full interviews online at Odyssey.com, Mike. But he's talking about the additions on the coaching staff.
Right.
And then, you know, just how they're trying to build this thing. And like I said, I don't know where you're at. I'm not talking about Mike and I. I know where he's at. I know where I'm at. I don't know where you're at, but I'm liking what I'm hearing about how they're going about this. Doesn't mean, again, we're going to win 12 games, but you got to build the foundation, Mike.
And a couple of guys hit us up in the text line who missed it yesterday and said, they get a kick out of Art. He goes, you know, he keeps it real. He's, you know, one guy said, I love Art. He's a wise ass. I go, yes, he is.
Yes, he is. That's a good way to put it. Right. Hey, coming up, what happened last night? They said they didn't have any energy. We need to talk about this, and also Braves conversation on the way with Grant McCauley here at 5:40. It's Dukes and Bell.
Man, hey, hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I did, so I sound like this. Carl's used to this. We go down and we party hard, and I sound even more raspy, but it's coming back, Carl. I just had some tea.
Is that what you had?
Well, I don't know how to use that contraption on the 8th floor, so I didn't do it right.
Oh, the tea, like hot tea.
So it looked like I just had grass clippings in a cup.
Yeah.
Have you done that, Chris? Have you done that?
That machine does all the different drinks down there.
How does that thing work? I don't know how to do it.
I don't know.
It's some kind of it's a little capsule thing. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
Just ask the Chat GPT. It'll tell you, Mike.
Yeah.
How to brew tea. So down in Miami for the Formula One race, ran into a bunch of Atlanta folks, also down for United. Saw some folks. And I'm going to give a shout out to Pete Patel. Pete's a baller, man. Just a dude. Ran into an Atlanta guy. He said, hey, Mike, we're chatting. He's got his whole crew down there. So just a bunch of dudes all sipping champagne. Nothing weird about that, Carl.
No, not at all.
No, but it's what you do down there because you can drink an ice cold beer. They got beer stands and they got booze. But the thing is, they have this Ferrari Trento champagne.
Okay.
And everybody's drinking it. Bottle of rosé, bottle of white, the regular. And it's in the hot sun and you're sweating it right out. But man, what a hangover. The sugar, oof. I probably drank more champagne in the last 2 days than I've drinking my entire life. I'm not a big champagne guy, but when in Rome, right?
Yeah. So mimosas are just straight champagne?
Straight champagne.
Okay.
Ladies are doing, everybody's got bottles, throwing bananas, magnums, the whole shebang. Yeah. Good times. You saw the celebrities. How much of the race did you get to watch on Sunday?
I went back and watched it, actually, because I was out. But I will say this. I love the fact that this thing is a spectacle, man.
Right.
It makes it feel big. The Vegas race is going to be off the charts because of Vegas. Okay, right. We've talked about this. That's just going to attract the top tier of, high end folks, and it's already that right in Miami. But Mike, the fact that they put this thing on, so I'm going back and, last year, watching the race and seeing all the celebrities, and there were people there that they were like, "Who is this person?" Right? And this year it seemed like it was a little bit more.
Martin Brundle and Pablo Ponchero. They got together because he thought he was Patrick Mahomes last year.
Correct. But it was better this year, though.
Right.
It was better.
No, so just real quick, remember when Atlanta United launched and we were on the radio and we said, look, if you are a diehard soccer fan and you are knowledgeable, don't be a soccer snob. Be inclusive, right?
That's right. That's right.
If you say, if we say goalkeeper or goaltender or whatever, don't get up, goalkeeper.
Field versus pitch.
I get it. We want to be as
kit
accurate
versus jersey.
We want to be as accurate as possible with the lingo. But there was like this soccer snobbery, which eventually we kind of found an equilibrium with the new fans.
I would agree.
We got up to a great start. in Formula One, there's these purists over there in England, UK. I don't know what these people want, but they definitely don't like anything exciting or different. Because we had LL Cool J was introducing the drivers, and there were celebrities everywhere. will.i.am has a new song. It was really kind of cool. They had Dolphins cheerleaders, and the drivers are coming out. And I guess in England, they just, it's so pretentious.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's just, I don't understand why they're having, I guess they feel because it's their thing. And now you got the biggest market in the world, America, has tapped in with Drive to Survive during COVID. And now we got a lot more Formula One fans than have ever been in this country. And they're going to America 3 times now. Which I think the Brits resent that.
Yeah. Well, listen, the growth is there. They wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't. And, F1's an expensive sport, right? We know that. I mean, they travel the world. They go to all the luxurious places. But
it's glamorous. It's glamorous.
It is. But I also think, part of that is you bring out glamorous people. The folks that run F1 and the drivers and the teams, they understand this, Mike. It's entertainment. Like, at the end of the day, you're watching a race, but it's still entertainment. And that's the part that I think, that you are alluding to with their attitude towards how we approach it.
And they were saying it was superficial. Look, Miami is superficial. That's what Miami is all about, having fun. It's the sizzle. So there was some pushback. I saw Will Buxton, who you see on Drive to Survive. He was taking up for us as a British racing broadcaster and was saying, look, this is, you just said, it's a spectacle. And if you think this is a spectacle, wait till you see Las Vegas in November.
Yeah.
So LL Cool J's introducing the drivers. Drivers had to hang out for like an extra 10 minutes. Some of the drivers got all whiny about it. Come on, it's fun, entertainment. So in no specific order, Vin Diesel was there. Tom Cruise was there. Tom Cruise hanging out with Mercedes Pitts, wearing the headphones and everything. He is short, by the way. Shorter than me.
Yeah, he's short, dude.
He's a short guy. Vin Diesel's not that tall.
No, he's not. He looks big on film.
And by the way, can you get Vince some sleeves? I know he's got that whole look from like Fast and Furious. He was there. Lindsey Vonn was down there. A lot of celebs. It was kind of cool to see all the interaction. Serena, all that stuff going down. So it was a big time event. The race itself, maybe could have a little more action, but there was a bit more action than last year. So a lot of fun. So I did all that. Shenanigans, go out at night. I'm with my wife, with my buddy, a bunch of friends. So we're going around the clubs, and my wife was I got to be honest, Carl, Becky was kind of being a killjoy this week.
Why? What happened? What?
Well, because, you go to a club, and you see like a gaggle of hot 20-somethings all dressed like supermodels.
Yeah.
And Becky's like, I don't think that club's hopping. I'm like, what? I'm like, there's 100 people online trying to get in.
I don't think we should go in there.
And then we're on Las Olas. Everything's rocking. Another club. Same thing. Beautiful people. Music. Now why don't we go back to the hotel bar? What? Go to the hotel bar.
Yes. We'll be back there at 3 a.m.
I'm looking at like 3 Naomi Campbells and 3 Cindy Crawfords. And I'm like, what am I going to a hotel bar and hang out with a British guy in a pot belly? At the bar?
That's great.
I don't think. No, not that one. What do you mean?
Yeah,
That's insane.
She had the block on, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But eventually she did go back to the hotel one night, and Scotty and I got to go out. We ran into the guys from Aston Martin.
Oh, man.
And we took them out. Went to the elbow room down on the beach. Hey, I did see your boy, Jeff Bezos, at the race.
Oh, yeah.
For those who don't know, Carl, we were at the fight a couple years ago, and you ran into him over like the towers in MGM.
Yeah. Actually, I was out there with some buddies for March Madness, and we were at a place called the Mansion.
Right. And you said he was super cool.
Oh, he was great. I mean, he was so cool, he put money in our account, Mike. We talked with him.
Yeah.
I think I told this story.
His assistant gives you some Amazon shoes.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
Jeff Bezos was cool as a fan. That was maybe 4 years ago. But yeah, he was, and speaking of short, he was a little short.
Well, he's a billionaire. Sit on that wallet. So he goes out he's at the race. Elon Musk is there with his kid. Bezos' girlfriend is wearing this outfit. And the thingies were sticking out. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh.
I mean, and the crowd went nuts when they showed her. Because, again, there's all the South American guys. Probably the biggest round of applause was Jeff Bezos' girlfriend.
Yeah, it was funny. I had to go back and watch the video online. I guess I didn't notice that when it happened. But, hey, man, there was a lot of things.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foyt Associates Personal Injury Law.
Let's talk NBA Finals. Braves back at it tonight. Should be a great pitching matchup. And we just found out something, too, Mike, when it comes to our Braves.
Yeah, man, everybody wants to know when is that next big thing coming down the road. It'll be Friday, his first start. All the details coming up with Grant McCauley. And also the game last night, the dynamic, the beanball that wasn't a beanball. We'll cover all that coming up in a bit.
All right, let's talk about the finals because the Heat were home. They had momentum. They had stole game 2. And you would have thought that they would have been more attuned to what was going on and in tune with what was going on last night. Mike, they weren't. They were not. They came out flat. Butler had 28. Bam had 22. But they didn't do what they needed to do.
And the buzzword was energy or lack thereof. And you and I were scratching our heads. I mean, this is it. This isn't like preseason.
Did you say this is it?
This is it. Make no mistake about it. No, I mean, how do you not get up for game 3 in your building? The crowd is rocking. Everybody's out there. You got all the hotties sitting courtside. What are you doing? And they mail it in. They look like the Celtics. I mean, and this is, again, for a team as good as we talked about, as rough and tumble and the execution, the hustle that Miami's known for, they looked like, again, a little bit like what they looked against us.
Yep.
And in games, I guess, 5 and 6 against Boston.
Michael Malone's the coach of the Denver Nuggets. Jamal Murray, by the way, triple-double. 34, 10 rebounds, 10 assists.
Two-man ball, two-man team.
Joker, 32, 10 assists. And what did he have? 21 rebounds. That's a monster game.
Remember yesterday I was saying maybe it's time for Michael Porter to get – no, Michael Porter did nothing. 2 points. Nobody did anything. I mean, Gordon had 11. The bench scored 15. That's it. It's a two-man band.
And Miami, this was an opportunity for them to take real control of this series. Michael Malone was talking about Jamal Murray and his presence.
Really proud of Jamal. And I could tell, speaking to him yesterday, being around in the last 48 hours, that he was putting a lot of game 2 on him. And it wasn't just him. But that's what champions do. That's what warriors do. They battle back. And I just felt his presence all game long.
Well, so did the Heat. And Michael Malone was talking about Joker because everybody was saying, wait a minute. Am I reading those numbers right? 32 and 21 and 10? Yeah, you are. And by the way, Michael Malone was like, look, nothing at this point with this guy surprises me.
Nothing he does surprises me ever. This guy has shown time and time again that he's built for these moments. He thrives in these moments, the biggest stage, and he did that once again tonight.
Mike, first time in NBA Finals history, 32, 21, and 10. Nobody has ever done that.
If I had told you that the Nuggets would have gone 5 of 18 from 3 and still won the game.
Wouldn't have believed you.
So, this is they were doing things in part of, as part of the ebb and flow of the game where you're just waiting for the Heat to kind of turn it up. And it just never really happened. Now, their two-man team of Butler and Adebayo, by any metric, was pretty good, but it just Joker and Murray are at another level. So I guess you could argue you could see this kind of pinballing back and forth and maybe Nuggets in 5 or 6.
Yeah, Nuggets out-rebounded the Heat 58-33, so that was a big stat line on top of the lack of three-point shooting, but they were able to out-rebound them. And then Jimmy Butler, he was talking about defense. We talking about defense?
We're at home. We think we did something. I don't know. It just can't happen. It won't happen again. And it starts with myself. I got to lock in on a defensive end. I got to go up and get loose balls. So I think if I start playing and doing that, then everybody else has to follow suit.
They led by as much as 21.
Yeah,
right?
And it's funny because, sometimes you see the coach at the end of the game and he's in his press room, Carl, and he gets the stat sheet. He goes, we had 13 turnovers? The Nuggets had 13 turnovers last night. The Heat only had 4. But it was the game was really won on the glass, and they out-hustled the team, which is here because they out-hustled everybody else in the Heat. So it's one of those crazy ones, but it really is. It's two-man ball. I was reading Chris Maddox's take on this, and he goes, can you win with this? Yeah, they can. And only if you got guys playing at that level, and Joker, of course, it could have been the third-time MVP.
Last time the Heat, it's their first game in Miami since 2014 when you talk about the finals. So that was LeBron, Bosh, Wade, right?
Because the bubble game was in Orlando.
Correct. They didn't have any of those home games in 2020, but Wednesday was the 11th anniversary of LeBron James's 45, 15 rebound, 5 assist game at Boston in Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. So, again, when you start about these great performances, guys, Joker he's been unstoppable. And we had this conversation with Drake London. If you heard it earlier yesterday, we were saying, hey, who do you like? Because he's a big hoops fan. He was like, if it's not LA, I'm not watching. Well, they're out. But then I said to him, nobody has an answer for Joker. And he was like, no, nobody does. And you saw it again last night.
So here you go. It's one of those series where, if Miami had one more piece, but that wasn't their business model. Remember, they couldn't really make the move at the trade deadline. They didn't have the cap flexibility. And maybe can – I'm holding on for a hero. Is Tyler Hero ever going to play in this? Is Hero – I mean, if he's – here's the thing I know you get mad at me when I go on these rants. If you can do the warm-ups and you're sitting here taking 20 jump shots,
go play.
Go freaking play the game. Give me 10 minutes. Why is it always a zero-sum game with a guy in the NBA? No. NFL, I gave it a go. Lyman could come in for a couple series. In the NBA, either you start or you don't. I never understood that. Hero couldn't come off the bench and give him a bounce?
Well, listen,
for 10 minutes?
I don't know what they're waiting on. If he's available, again, this isn't a knee. It's a finger.
Right.
It's literally. So
and he's shooting the basketball.
Yeah.
He's in there, and
Yeah.
you see it. He did it, and he was out there in Denver doing it.
Mike, that's 20 points they're missing from him. That was another guy that could fill it up for you. We'll see where this series goes, guys. It is 2-1 Denver. When we come back, though, we're going to talk with Grant McCauley, all things Braves, and they're rolling right now. But the biggest thing that happened last night felt like Little League. Hey, bunt, get on base. And then it set the course for everything else that happened.
And I am Ozuna from the Braves, motivational speaker.
2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Grant McCauley joins us on the waitfor.com hotline. By the way, pretty cool broadcast tonight, huh, Grant, with former Hall of Fame pitchers in the booth with Chipper?
Yeah, very, very cool. And that Jeff Francoeur guy is involved with this whole thing. So a lot of fun, former Braves all under one roof, as they say. And I got to chat with Tom Glavine about it. He's very excited to be welcoming his longtime friend John Smoltz back into the mix. Those two guys have obviously known each other since, 1987, 1988, when Smoltz came over from the Tigers. And that obviously was a move that, or well, maybe not obviously, but it did open the door for Tom Glavine to get called to the big leagues because he took Doyle Alexander's spot in rotation. Maybe that's a story they'll get into tonight, how they both broke into baseball and have managed to parlay it into broadcast careers.
And Frenchie, a Hall of Famer, because, of course, he was in the Georgia Football Hall of Fame.
There you go. There you go.
All right, buddy boy. We talked about A.J. Smith-Shawver, and now we know he's going to make his debut as a starter on Friday.
Yeah, a lot of excitement involved with that. Hearing from AJ, the excitement is there as you would expect it to be, no matter what your age is. But I feel like there's a little bit more in his case because he's 20 years old. He won't turn 21 until late November. It's very fascinating to see the Braves fast-tracking a pitcher to this degree. He's going to be the youngest Braves starter since Julio Teheran made his debut back in 2011. Julio was also 20 years old. I believe he was about 2, maybe 3 months younger than A.J. Smith-Shawver is right now. But he started the season in Rome, pitching in a ball. Then, after 3 starts, he's in Double-A, Mississippi for a cup of coffee and makes it all the way to Triple-A. And at that point, I think all of us knew we're starting to hear this name more. How did he get from high A to Triple-A that quickly, and how soon can he be in the big leagues? We got the answer to that question. He made 2 starts for Gwinnett, and now he's up. So it's going to be, I think, a great opportunity, maybe a little bit of baptism by fire for somebody who came into the season with 77 pro innings under his belt and is still just now over 100 for his career, but he's got the stuff, and I think he's got the wherewithal, and the Braves are going to kind of throw him into the deep end of the pool and I guess see if he can swim.
So let's talk about the contusion from what we're hearing, right, with Pete Alonso. And how that all transpired. I thought these two guys handled it as professionally as you possibly could. Because, Grant, you and I both know, being around the game, sometimes things can escalate, taken the wrong way, and all it takes is one guy to go, I can't believe he threw it like that. And the next thing you know, you got 2 teams heated up. Neither one of these guys took that approach, and I think it's good for the game, but I also think it's good for this series because we just want to see good baseball, and the Braves are winning this series right now.
Yeah, we have seen great baseball if you're the Braves. For the Mets, unfortunately, it's just kind of more of the same for them as their losing streak continued. But you don't want to lose players, and obviously you don't want that to be part of any kind of rivalry between these two clubs. Charlie Morton is as professional as it possibly gets. He got up and in with that fastball to get a swing and miss on the first one, wanted to get back in there, got away from him. If you're trying to hit somebody on purpose, you're not throwing at the front and the wrists and the head and that kind of area. And I think it's just one of those things where a pitch got away from him. He made the effort to find Pete Alonso and apologize to him during the game yesterday, as a matter of fact. And Alonso, being a professional about it himself, said, hey, just before anybody asked, Charlie Morton came over. He apologized. I know there was no intent there, and I want to squash it before anybody tries to make anything of it. So as far as things can be handled, that's about as good as it can be. I'm not a huge fan of, you hit our guy, we'll hit your guy, we're going to hit at you for what you said. There just doesn't need to be a whole bunch of that. I think it kind of convolutes the method that the Braves like, which, as we talked about yesterday, is go beat them on the field, and they can say whatever they want.
It is our man, Grant McCauley, guys. And as you said, Grant, it was obvious to everybody, at least knowing Charlie. And if he's going to hit you, he's a veteran. You said it. He can plunk you. There's some soft, chewy parts on Alonzo Carl. I guess you could have plunked. But in this case, and we talked about this earlier in the show. It's like the Mets are trying to work themselves up and convincing themselves that they're ready for this moment. And it just shows you how clutch we are. And by the way, is there anything more fun than watching Scherzer die from 1,000 cuts with little bleeders and bunt singles last night?
Yeah, I thought that was a nice touch by a Braves offense that is not known for that. I mean, and crazy kind of the microcosm. I know we'll talk about Michael Harris because I just have a feeling that it's coming, but he got his whole night started with a bunt single that would have rolled foul, but a very, I guess hyped up catcher, a young catcher, Francisco Alvarez, decided to make a play, but he didn't really know the runner. There was no play to be had there if he picked it up. Harris got that bunt single. Then he had the go-ahead double. Then, of course, the go-ahead home run a little bit later in the game. Great night overall for him. But, yeah, for Scherzer, if I'm telling you, well, Scherzer faced the Braves. He struck out 10 last night. You're probably saying, oh, man, how bad did we lose? Well, they also had 11 hits against him, including putting some rallies together, the Sean Murphy home run. I mean, the Braves hit some balls hard against Max Scherzer, and they've knocked him around a little bit more than just about any other team that he has faced, especially on a regular basis when you consider the head-to-head matchups with the Washington Nationals days and now his time with the New York Mets. So a lot of good things happen for the Braves in that game. They want to have it happen one more time here against somebody I think is going to be just as tough, and it has been in the course of his career, because both those guys are heading to the Hall of Fame, and by both those guys, I mean Scherzer and Justin Verlander, who goes tonight against Spencer Strider.
We're talking with Grant McCauley, guys. Braves tonight, trying to finish this up. And listen, this has been a good homestand, at least to start here. This is what we wanted because we need to distance ourselves from the Mets as much as possible. But let's talk about the key. You know, we said, would they allow Michael Money Harris to bunt? We didn't know how this would all shake out. But he did, and we just don't see a lot of that. I think more people were surprised at that one singular moment than Michael Harris going 3 for 4 and hitting a home run late in the game last night. Just the idea that he came up and got on with the bunt.
Yeah, and I think that it's kind of all of those things, Carl, that kind of came together for him because, you know, and one of the fascinating undercurrent or understories about this, or one of the offshoot stories, I guess, was that, you know, Michael scalded a ball in his final at bat yesterday, about 24 hours ago. The three of us were talking about it. Yep. And, hey, he's hitting the ball hard. Something's going to happen sooner or later. It's Marcell Ozuna who comes up to him and says, look, you know who you are. Your season begins from that at bat forward, and forget about all the struggles and just move forward. And then you start to think about, as you brought up, how can I get something going? I'm speedy. You know, there is an occasion where a bunt is good, and that's when the defense is really not prepared for it. And they weren't, and it worked. But I'm glad he didn't bunt the next couple of times up just trying to do it over and over, because he did have that line drive swing working as well. That was a tank job home run into center field, too. That's up on like that third level of that rising garden that they have out there in the batter's eye. Michael Harris, I think, and based on what I was seeing the last week and a half or so, dating back to the last homestand, was starting to turn that corner, and hopefully we'll be talking about that game against the New York Mets as the one where we felt like Michael Harris is back to being Money Mike, because he certainly looked like it last night.
So has Ozuna ever come up to you in the locker room and said, "It's not your fault"? It's not your fault.
No, he hasn't. But
he definitely, I mean, for what it's worth, he knows it. Nobody knows more adversity than this guy in the clubhouse. Who better to talk to Mike about it?
Yeah, and that's what he kind of said, because the reporters, once you hear that, you're like, all right, well, this is interesting. And you know, Marcell, who we've talked about a lot, his teammates don't have the same kind of, I guess, clearly the relationship that people from the outside might see or assume from a guy who's gone out, struggled on the field, gotten some trouble off the field, and just hasn't been able to, you know, put up the numbers or perform in a manner in which the Braves had expected. But from a teammate to teammate perspective, Marcel's not a problem in that way. And in fact, he's been more, I think, of a net positive in terms of the way that he has, kind of been there, done that. But it just wasn't working for him right now. So you don't want to be paying him $18 million for his quote-unquote veteran presence. But one of these times that it really helped out, I think, was just telling a young player, look, you know who you are. You're one of the best center fielders in the National League. And that's what Ozuna said after the game that he told him. And, Mike said that I just had to remember I'm one of the baddest guys out here doing it. And he certainly is. So for Marcell or whoever it was, it's good to see that the teammates that have this kind of connection. Sometimes you might think, all right, well, you got the Latin contingent of the clubhouse over here. You got the relievers over here. The starting pitchers are over here. And then position players kind of mixed in. But I really do think that there's a nice synergy in that Braves clubhouse. It's been that way for a while. It's just one of the things that works, Mike, to the point you asked earlier about the Mets trying to get themselves all hyped up. The Braves just have something that seems more functional than what the Mets seem to have. And it's not because they're just in a whole bunch of trouble all the time. It's just the Braves have grown it this way over time. And that, I think, is just one of the keys to their success.
Talk about A.J. Minter. He stayed confident. He was good last night. I mean, you talk about, his early struggles. We said this. He was closing games, guys, remember, at the beginning of the season because Iglesias was injured, coming off the injury. And so, he was working his way back. But I still trust A.J. Minter. I like what I've seen.
Yeah, and the big thing was, and I had a long talk with AJ on the homestand before this, right before that road trip. I played the interview on From the Diamond a couple of Sundays ago, and he said, look, I don't know what the answer is because I haven't really changed anything. He wasn't walking guys. He wasn't just giving up nothing but home runs. It was just there was some bad batted ball luck in there, but he said, look, I'm not ever going to use that as an excuse. I got to figure out what I can do to maybe get more life on my fastball. Not that I've lost my velocity, but it's just not as lively and as electric as it has been in the past. I need to get that going, and that's going to create opportunities to use the cutter and the changeup as much more dangerous pitches once hitters really have to be aware that, hey, this guy's going to get on me quick with 97 miles an hour. I got to be ready for that. And that's what's made A.J. so good. And so credit to him, he kind of stuck with it. And he joked about it. He said, you got to be a little bit sick in the head to go out here and see this kind of thing keep on happening. But I've also got to keep working through this because I know the good results will be on the other side of this. I just want to get this out of my system because I want to be helping this team win games. And I know we're going to have some big games to win later this year. And I'd much rather go through it now if I have to go through it. So I think he had the right mindset, and the physical tools and abilities and the arsenal was certainly there. And now he's starting to see the results. 6 straight scoreless outings for him as he picked up the save last night.
We know what Strider's all about. I looked at some of the numbers, and some of the stats are a little confusing. What's Verlander been so far?
I think kind of a mixed bag, but you might could chalk that up to injury as much as anything. I mean, he's going to have the same Justin Verlander arsenal, good, lively fastball as he always has had, and, breaking balls, off-speed pitches, and he just knows what he's doing. I mean, at this rate, when you're 2 decades into a career, you know who you are. And for him, a power pitcher, he hasn't really had to change too much. And, he's a guy that I think has eyes or designs on trying to get to 300 wins, and it's probably going to take 3-4 more years. And the injury this year didn't help him out in that regard, but who knows how long you might pitch. You might kind of try to take that Tom Brady route, and as long as he can do it, he's just going to keep signing contracts, and I think teams will keep bringing him in.
Well, Grant, looking forward to seeing what happens tonight. Hopefully we can finish this thing off. And a guy just asked me real quick, AJ, if he pitches well, Smith-Shawver, is he automatically going to be in the rotation, or is this a game, start-by-start kind of deal?
I think it's still start by start, just the short story. And, you want to just see what he can do. Every outing that he gets is an opportunity. But clearly, when you've already gone from relieving to starting, they see a lot in this kid. I think he's going to get those opportunities. Now it's just going out there executing pitches and keeping it simple is what AJ said he's going to try to do.
Great stuff. Grant McCauley, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, go Braves. We can hopefully finish this series off tonight. Mike and I got into a conversation earlier today. Bo Johnson, who works with us, he runs the board for us earlier in the show, was awarded last night, basically the Employee of the Month. And he put out some nice pictures.
Over at Truist Park, he works the ballpark.
Absolutely. And he had a couple of guys with him last night, including, Andy from Andy and Randy and Abe Gordon.
Now, one of these guys took a really good picture.
And the other guy didn't. We're going to talk about it next.
6 o'clock hour brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. It's Dukes and Bell. Mike, this just coming down. Tyler Hero remains out. He will miss Friday's Game 4 as the Heat trail the Nuggets 2-1. And you just called him what?
It starts with a P, ends with a Y.
Yeah.
Payday. Great candy bar. Now, apparently anytime that he's working out, I just talked to a big Heat fan. He's got discomfort in the hand. So that's why I asked you earlier. I said, okay, I'm not asking you to play 48 minutes. Can you come off the bench?
Give me something.
And try to give me some. But I guess the discomfort is canceling his effectiveness with his jump shot, and that's what they need him for.
All right, so he has been listed as – now, he hasn't played in this entire series, but they keep saying he may come back, he may come back. He's not coming back, at least for Game 4.
He's not coming back. Chris, name the movie.
That one I don't know.
Utah, you let him go.
That's the original.
He's not coming back.
Because the remake sucked, by the way.
Bodie, people trusted you and they died. You got to go down. Nobody? Wow. Millennial Theater back here behind the glass. Nobody's got it.
I just said the remake sucked.
The remake sucked. I am an FBI agent.
Oh, the one with Keanu Reeves.
Yes.
The only
Johnny
one,
Utah.
The only one
yes.
you should have. That second one was a piece of garbage. So stupid.
Yeah,
stupid.
They tried to update it. Now, sometimes you can update movies.
Yes, we're eco bank robbers.
Yeah, it didn't vibe. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk more about our Braves and Atlanta United last night as well. We'll tell you in our top three. Another draw, Mike, but I don't know. When you've got all three designated players and you don't get any shots on goal, there's something going on there.
Well, according to people that watch, because I did not, because I was watching NBA Finals and it was on late night on Apple. But Brad Guzan, first things first, apparently had some really good saves. I heard Mike Conti was talking about it, and I heard some of the broadcast. And apparently Guzan was looking like old Guzan, which is great to hear because he looked terrible the last two games, and that's why we called him out. And, of course, guys are going to Guzan and going, Dukes and Bell, we're killing you, man. Well, he didn't look good, and that's the part of being on the radio and being friends with somebody you got to talk about on the radio.
It happens.
He didn't look good.
Listen, it's not personal. No. We'll still do dinner, okay? But at the end of the day, if you're not doing your job, you're not doing your job. He didn't do his job the last two matches. Right. So I get it. And Jason Longshore said, hey, we're not going to, he had one good match. Basically, then the second match that he came back from wasn't as good. And then you have this one where everybody's like, yeah, this is what I expect. If you're one of the best players, especially best goalies, with his experience, what he brings to this club, that's what I expect. So, no, I'm not going to, back down and go, Brad, I'm sorry. You should be playing like this. Right. The problem is, Mike, we still have surrendered more goals than anybody else.
Right. We've scored more goals than next anybody. We've given up more goals than next anybody. I think only Charlotte's given up more goals. Last night, no goals. Good news, Brad looked good. Bad news is they got to really expedite this Araujo trade down to Brazil because apparently – he was mailing it in last night. I got a lot of guys came at me on Twitter and said Araujo was just absolutely worthless last night. So that's a shame, but that's
Did you say he quit?
Well, that's what the word was. Joe Patrick had some pointed texts. Our buddy Smoking Joe Patrick. But again, when you are a lame duck, that's kind of sometimes guys can't put the effort knowing that they're on the way out.
Yeah, and again, that may be overstated. I won't say quit, but I will say when you put your 2 weeks in, you don't treat your job the same. And that's how I'm going to tell you what's going on with him. He knows he's not going to be here, Mike. How long? 5 weeks? 4 weeks? Whatever it's going to be.
Right.
You put your 2 weeks in, you don't even show up at the job the same way.
All right, here's Joe Patrick 17 hours ago. Luis Araujo has been as bad as Guzan has been good tonight. I would have taken him off for Wolf. He does not look like he gives a whoop if he gives the ball away. It's constant.
Yeah, because
Joe Patrick.
He's out of here.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah. I mean,
you don't show up. Hey, I submitted my 2 weeks yesterday. What do y'all need me to do? You show up and go, y'all don't ask me to do anything. I'm giving you my 2 weeks.
That's true. You and I can barely get through a 5-hour shift knowing we're going on vacation the following day.
I mean, it's just what it is, man. So, listen, I don't know how you handle this. We were going to talk with Garth Lagerwey. They had some travel issues going on, so we're going to actually talk to Gonzalo Pineda tomorrow, and maybe we'll ask him about this. Does he see that? Right. Because as a manager, Mike, I just can't continue to allow you to be out on the pitch if you're going to take on this kind of effort. If you're not giving me max effort, then I got to get somebody out there who is.
And by the way, while we're talking soccer, we mentioned earlier in Guy Talk, Lionel Messi, a lot of blowback for Barcelona. Barcelona kind of looking down their nose on MLS and basically saying, well, good for Lionel. Less pressure, less demands on him to go to MLS.
True. That's true.
But that is, and there is, and he can still get paid, and they found a way to do it. And Apple's going to help to underwrite some of this because they're trying to drive more viewership to the broadcast. And it's going to make anybody who's got United tickets, including that game on the 16th when they play Miami in September, it's going to be you can basically pay for Christmas. You can scalp those tickets for buku bucks.
No, listen, and I don't blame anybody who does. It's this star power is rare.
Right. But again, if you want to take your kids to see a guy they only get maybe one chance to see in person, this will be it.
All right, we're going to tell you more about this photo we're talking about, but we got to get to our top 3.
It's time for the top 3 at 6.
Top 3 at 6. Now let's see what we have here.
Braves, yeah, they win game 2 of this 3-game set. It was all about Michael Harris. Listen to what Snit had to say about him.
I'm just happy for him. He's been working really hard and grinding it out, and it's not easy when you're not going good. And he's experiencing some things for the first time, and but the credit to him, it hadn't affected his defense at all. And you know what? He's going to give himself a chance to right the ship.
And we talked about it earlier with Graham McCauley. The fact that Ozuna goes, you're the base center fielder in a baseball. Go get your head right, okay? Not your fault.
Wait a minute, who is this? Antonio Banderas?
He's not. I'm just trying to change it up because guys,
that's not Ozuna.
Earlier in the show, guys accused me of saying I did the Tony Montana for him, so I want to change it up a little bit.
I'm like, just think of the Ozuna from the Braves.
I am Puss.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's morphed into Antonio Banderas.
I'm just trying to keep it fresh, man. Just trying to keep it fresh. And I'm like, so look, Michael Harris. You gotta go. You go on this. You need a hit here, a base hit here. I go on the street. I make a few moves.
I always worry about my teammate doing it. So if we are a team, that's what they call.
That's it right there.
We're a team. We're teammates. Okay.
That's it right there.
No, I go high. You go low. Look, we negotiate. Okay. Come on, man.
Good news though, because we need Harris, man. We need his bat. Right. His defense has been great. We might have the best defensive outfield in the league. Period. Yeah. But we need his bat. So tonight. Strider, Mike, we said this over-under strikeouts. 8?
Bo Johnson, Big Bo, said 8.5, so Vegas has got 8.5. I'll go 9 or 10.
Wow.
It's a free-swinging club. I mean, let's be honest, they do foul off some pitches, but you got a top-heavy lineup. I go with it, man. Right. I'll go with 9.
Yeah, let's hope he pitches well tonight, and we're able to sweep this series. Meanwhile, Arthur Smith was talking to us on Dukes and Bell exclusively yesterday about all things Falcons. We asked him about the development of Desmond Ridder. Here's what he said.
There's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm not going to get into every single nuance, but some of it's just practical. Des is a guy coming in this league that has a lot of starts. It's the hardest thing when you're developing quarterback is getting real game reps. There's been people who've tried, there was the virtual reality trend that went belly up like 8 or 9 years ago. I believe that at Stanford, and some teams would bought in, and then you go back and look at the teams that bought in. Somebody was invested in it, trying to push it, and that didn't really work, but and people have tried, and how do you develop quarterbacks when there's only so many reps you can get? There's only so many game reps. But Des got a lot of game reps, right, coming in the league, which helps. Now the NFL is a little bit different the way we brought him on last year, so he's got 4 starts under. It's just your philosophy, this time of year, like we're trying to push Desmond, with different looks and different things we're challenging on the field to apply it. And then really in the classroom, he's got to take another step. But I think when you step in this role and you got to let him lead in his own way, I think sometimes too many coaches, they've had success from another place, and they come in there and they want you to act like this player. And that becomes fraudulent. You got to see right through that. Des got his own style, and he's a real dude. And so there's a lot of things that Dave Ragone, myself, we try to make things hard for him out here, best we can in this kind of controlled environment of what I call a passing camp. And get him to push the limits, because you got to make those throws in practice. Or, you can card him up on a Friday, getting a game plan, and, make him feel good, and all of a sudden that's not real. And we got to try that stuff now. So we're constantly pushing Des, and very excited about how he's coming along and the way he's working.
Sounds good from Coach Art. And he said he's his own dude. Right. He's not asking him to be somebody he's not. Not asking him to be, somebody else I've coached, because it's unfair. And I can't wait to see what this looks like, Mike, with him under center, considering all the weapons now that he has. This is a better situation for any quarterback to step into with what he's got around him.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of folks feel that, we talked about the history at Cincinnati, and yes, you said that did have certainly an impact on how they drafted him in the 3rd round, because he's got a big sample size. And they're asking him to do, it's a very complicated playbook. A lot of guys have spoken to Drake London, talked about it with us yesterday, and now it's going to be his show. I think you've just surrounded him with so many weapons. Remember a few months ago we looked at what Troy Aikman had around him, what Jimmy Johnson surrounded him with in Dallas. I think only time will tell if these guys become Hall of Famers. That was a very special team. But the point being, take some of the pressure off the dude, and I think that's what they're going to do.
NBA Finals, Nikola Jokic, triple-double, an amazing night in Game 3. He wasn't the only one, though. Jamal Murray also had a triple-double. They lead the series 2-1. Joker was talking about you still have to respect the Heat.
They're a good team, and we need to give them the respect. And it's not just us that they're playing too, you know. So I think it's really interesting series, and we just got one today.
I saw a video, Mike, of a guy. You know, we used to talk about those Westbrook videos of the guys
mimicking him in the driveway. Yeah.
So there's a guy. He's got one out now of Joker, and literally the funniest part is it doesn't matter where he shoots, the ball goes in. So he's like imitating Joker's moves. He looks away. He's not even looking at the basket. He shoots it. The result is the ball goes in. It shoots off the backboard. But it seems that way. Everything he's putting up.
And again, and effortlessly. I told my wife watching when she was talking to me before I bought the drum set that he looks just effortlessly easy out there. The thing about him last night.
So she's cut you off.
Ever since I announced earlier, about an hour and 15, that I bought a real drum set.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the electronic one that doesn't make much noise. Been ghosting me.
Yeah.
No
yeah.
response.
I just caught that. You said before she was talking to you. You just casually put that in there like you guys haven't had any contact, since 3 hours ago.
Well, they changed the name of this W too. I got a room tonight. But anyway, but
I got a floor you can crash on, Mike, right here.
No, it looks effortless, and the dude and Jamal Murray, the two-man gang works because you and I were joking. Maybe Michael Porter said something. I had like 2 points, didn't do anything. The whole bench had 15. Their three-point scoring was abysmal, but they cleaned the glass. They out-hustled. See, if Miami just hustles the way they did against Boston in Game 7, I think they could win, make this a 7-game series. But as Jimmy Butler said, you put that effort out, you got no shot.
In other news, guys, and we brought this up earlier, I just want to mention it again because we're going to see him in the first game of the season. The Panthers have elevated Bryce Young, Mike, to QB number 1. Now, probably not a surprise considering he was the number 1 overall quarterback and the number 1 player taken. But Frank Reich says this is the next step of this year's top number 1 overall pick. We've been talking about this. Sam Darnold, well, not Sam Darnold, but Andy Dalton is there. Mike, there was no way they're going to start the season with Andy Dalton at quarterback. Nobody's excited about that. I get it, veteran leadership, and he's done it the right way and all that stuff. But Young has been elevated. We will see them that first weekend. I think it's the 10th of September. Here at Mercedes-Benz, we cannot allow him to come in here and go off.
No, but I think with this addition of the defensive free agents we picked up, the guys we've got, the sacks we've added, maybe we add a few more guys. There's still some money to spend before perhaps season starts. You're going to make his life miserable. We've seen it. Not everybody comes out of the, let's be honest, it took forever for the Steelers. I'm not even sure he's the guy in Pittsburgh. Peyton Manning, he was terrible his rookie year. He threw 1 million picks. Let's hope we get that kind of performance. Justin Herbert, he made mistakes too. Burrow, it seems like Burrow kind of hit the ground running.
He did.
In Cincinnati. Tua had some growing pains in Miami for a while. Remember, they still wanted to run with Fitzpatrick the first year. So let's hope we get that. But I think you throw looks at him, you confuse him, you just throw and again, we've got real heat, guys. The 4 down linemen will finally maybe be able to get there. Because in the past, when we blitz, it's high risk, high reward. Now we got guys who can actually get to the quarterback.
No doubt. Frank has also been signed, Mike. I'm thinking about Frank Clark.
Yes.
He is now going to be a Bronco, former Chiefs defensive end. We had talked about him this offseason.
Now, the sack numbers weren't there. I think it was 5 sacks last year. The production wasn't exactly, blowing people away. But he's a veteran, and he's been there, and you combine him with some of the other pieces. There's also Dalvin Cook, guys. The Vikings finally cut bait. They were talking about it. Maybe they were trying to get him to restructure. He probably said pound sand. So Dalvin Cook is out there, and the rumors are it's Miami and Denver are leading the pack right now. I said to Chris earlier, our engineer, our producer, if you're the Jets, even though you got Breece Hall, don't you have to go all in, figuring you got 1 year to do this with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, but they love Breece. I mean, he could have been the rookie of the
Coming
year.
off an ACL, though.
He is, and you need some support there as far as do you trust him wholeheartedly to be a guy that can stick around the full season? But they love Hall. And I'll say this. If he goes to the Dolphins, I've been saying this, Mike, they're loaded.
Oh,
Tyreek Hill's already come out and said, I'm going to hopefully break the single-season receiving yards record. They got weapons all around Tua, and if you give him a run game like Dalvin Cook.
Right. Well, the word was today in Pro Football Talk, Tua is using some new helmet by, I guess, Vicus, the company.
Yes.
And apparently this thing is going to take 3 people to get it on his head.
Coming up, we're going to talk about posing. It matters. If you are taking photos, you need to be aware of how you're posing. It's Dukes and Bell.
most important story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
Look, you guys know we like to have fun, and part of having fun is making fun of guys that we work with. And Abe Gordon is one of the better producers on this radio station. He's been a producer for the morning show. He's now working with Middays. He's filled in on our show. We love him. But last night, our buddy Bo Johnson got an Employee of the Month award from the Braves as he works at the Truist Lounge, basically, underneath the stadium there.
It's a major award.
It is. And he gets, the award. So Andy Bunker was there. Randy couldn't be there because he was at an award ceremony downtown. So he couldn't be there. But he said, hey, look, I'm inviting my crew. Mike and I were at Flowery Branch. So Andy's with him and he invites Abe. So he puts out a great post, and I reposted it to put him up, C. Dukes. It's at Bo Johnson, Jedi Sports Radio. And he says, what a night. Employee of the Month, comebacks, clutch hits, big blast. And then he's got pictures of himself and his daughter. Then there's a picture of him and Andy, his daughter, and Abe. And Mike, when I looked at this picture, I said, what's going on? I said this earlier in the show. I said, what's going on with Abe? Abe looks like he's going, hi.
So now again, perhaps there were multiple photos and there were other pictures that were where Abe didn't look like Gomer Pyle from Full Metal Jacket.
What do you mean?
Hi, Joker. No, I mean, Abe's looks like he's going to go maybe enjoy the 7th inning stretch and then go on a multi-state killing spree. In this photo. I mean, it's kind of, voted most likely to stalk the president by his graduating class.
It's just the way he leans in. And Abe, we love you, bro. But I said in the tweet, I said, Abe, congratulations, Bo. Yeah. Abe, what's up? Because Abe, you got to be aware of these poses. It just looks weird.
Yeah, and he just looks like he's looking at the camera. I've always believed the boy's best friend is his mother.
So we saw this today. We've talked about it. And listen, point is this. Be aware of how you're posing.
Yes.
All right?
No, again, just not to make it all about bashing Abe, although it is fun. We took some photos with Coach
yesterday
and the other day at Flowery Branch. And David Bassity from, runs Falcons PR. There's one shot where I'm leading in. And again, you've got to know there's a photograph being taken. I look like Chris Farley as the motivational speaker down by the river. I got the glasses on. I look like a total tool. Because when you're overweight and I got to lose at least 20 and maybe 30, who knows, you got to suck it in. You suck it in.
Yeah, but
and you've also got to get the chin up. So these are pointers for you guys. If you're fat, the camera adds 10 pounds. Some of us, it adds 20 pounds.
But you know what, though? Here's the other thing. When people take pictures and you're not aware that they're taking them.
Yeah, that's when you look terrible.
That's when you look your worst.
That's when they catch John Travolta coming out of like the safeguard, and he looks terrible.
And people are like, oh, wow, did you see that picture?
Or they catch Travolta making out with some dude getting on his plane. But either way, the point being is there's always, you never know when the photograph's going to be taken.
Well, this wasn't a weight issue for Abe.
No, he's in great shape.
This was a face issue.
Well, it was the facial expression. Yes, that's the issue. I agree. And I don't know.
I'm going to kill everybody in section 113.
I'm just surprised that Bo Johnson's daughter wasn't like, dude, like she wasn't scared.
I want to wear bloopers head on my head and run around in the moonlight in my underpants. I will kill again. He looks like his face, should be on the wall at the post office. It looks like Dateline NBC.
It does.
Did you know?
Can go see it for yourself.
They always ask. I always joke around. They always ask the same question 3 times. Do you have any idea you were living next to the Tri-State's largest mass murderer? No, I had no idea.
I just watched
he seemed like a nice guy. So you had no idea there was a killer living next door? No, I just said he was a nice guy. Paid his bills, helped the old lady with the trash. A murderer next door to you.
Yes.
Yes. Do I stutter? No, we had no idea the guy was a killer.
Well, that's my thing. I've watched enough of these murder documentaries to know what their faces look like. All right, let's talk about Liv real quick. We're gonna get to last call. And Abe, seriously, man, we love you, bro. You know that. Mike, is he going? And we're talking about Liv specifically. Right. The structure of Liv, now that they've combined with the PGA, and we're bringing this up, guys, because there's rumors coming out from down under that there may be some changes structurally. Right. We know Jay Monahan is going to still run this.
Right.
Okay, the guy that was running the PGA, he's still going to run this. But what's going to happen to the Shark?
Well, looks like the Shark is out. Remember, guys, some of the golfers on the PGA Tour were blindsided by this. Greg Norman is supposed to be the frontman CEO of Live Golf.
Right.
No idea. He never saw it coming. The Australian website AU News reporting that he was completely blindsided. Meanwhile, Greg Norman's out there going, crikey, Live Golf will go on. No, it's not. Believe me, the Saudis with their sports washing thing, the last thing they want to do, Live was like a smack in the face. It was big and bold, but they want the credibility of the PGA.
Yeah.
They want that. That's all they want. And they're going to brand it. Again, we talked about it yesterday. World Golf League, however they're going to do it. But Live, you're not going to see Live Golf. Other than a font, you're not going to see that. But Greg Norman apparently is living in denial. And it's interesting because all these guys on both sides, completely blindsided, other than the sheik who runs it over there in Saudi Arabia. The other side of this, Chesson Hadley, speaking with the media today, I guess up in Canada, said, it's funny, these guys, the guys are like literally like the lights going on. It's kind of nice if PGA would reward our loyalty. It's a little late for that, pal.
Yeah, it is.
Everybody's thinking they're going to get a rebate now. It's not going to happen.
You think the opinions of Tiger matter?
I would think it carries a lot of weight. It'd be better if he was still on tour.
No doubt.
Each week.
Tiger and Rory, maybe the two biggest voices, all right? Despite the fact we're not talking about what they've done recently, but just Jay Monahan had this to say. And Mike, I think if Tiger's voice matters, you're probably right about the shark. Here's what he said.
Obviously, Tiger and Rory's perspective is one that I understand very well. And it was part of my thinking throughout these conversations, and it will be a part of my thinking going forward. And now that we're in a framework agreement, I look forward to talking to all of our players, including the two of them, to make certain that this comes off the right way.
And the other thing is because they got this announcement out, whether there was a rush for whatever reason to do it. Maybe obviously Carl could have been handled better. But a lot of people now, everyone's popping off, like Greg Norman's popping off. Oh, no, Live Golf will still be Live Golf. It'll be something. People are saying he's out of his mind. I saw Michael Wilbon, was Tony Kornheiser during the commercial break saying, look, until you guys have this plan ironed out, it's all nonsense and speculation. So wake me up when you have an agreement, a logo, and a schedule, and what this thing's going to look like worldwide, because that's obviously where it's going to go.
Totally agree. All right, guys, it's time for tonight's last call. Your chance to chime in at 404-726-0929. Here are the three questions, and you need to answer them all. Do you believe in baseball having an eye for an eye mentality with hitting players, and should teams take the high road? Like, listen, Pete Alonso took the high road.
Look, the last thing you wanted, and that's why I said, despite the fact I'd love to see vengeance, especially when it's laid out on a Mets player, that was a mistake. That was not intentional by Charlie Morton, because the last thing you need is somebody hitting Acuna in arguably his greatest season in the big leagues, and then breaking something.
Do you believe in that? You have the old school mentality, eye for an eye mentality?
Not as much. Not when my star player could potentially be ruined for the season.
Or should teams take the high road for a player? Also, Braves broadcast tonight. It's Smoltz, it's Chipper, it's Glavine. Is it going to be off the rails, or is it going to be TV gold? I think it has the potential to be really good.
Right.
You guys tell us, because it could be too much and overbearing. And then Messi mania. Messi guys playing in MLS. Does this make you more interested in going to games or watching at home? Right? It doesn't mean you have to physically go. Are you going to watch because Messi is now in MLS? All right, 404-726-0929. You can let us know. That's tonight's last call.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
You believe baseball should have that eye-for-eye mentality with hitting players. Listen, we hit Alonso last night. He said, listen, it wasn't intentional. I love the fact that he owned it. And then Charlie Morton was like, hey, sorry about that. He knows. Or should teams take the high road for the player? You can let us know. Mike, I love the way this played out.
It's funny because sometimes we've seen, for instance, the Miami, Marlins coming after Ronald Acuna. And we talked about it last. We've had some recent series where you say, wow, you got to watch out for your boy. Then you got to protect him. But then you get into this, the situation where Alonso pops off, you hit him, and then if you get Acuna hit, potentially ruins what's been his greatest season as a Brave. Maybe one of his best seasons of all time. So I know it's a slippery slope because I grew up in that old world of yeah, man, you can't let your team get pushed around. You got to establish yourself out there.
What do you think tonight's broadcast is gonna be? I think it's gonna potentially be gold. Smoltz, Chipper, Glavine.
It'll be great.
The
stories, again, I hope they're all tuned up. I hope they're serving some cold ones and having a good time.
I do, too. The story should be good tonight. That's going to be the broadcast, guys. They're getting all the guys together. And Brandon Gaulden is obviously a part of the broadcast, the play-by-play guy. But we like what we've heard from him. And I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
Brian Jordan's involvement in it, but it's still a fun broadcast.
All right, that's question 2. And then Messi. Does Messi coming to MLS make you more interested in either going to games or watching games at home? Now, Mike, you mentioned this. The Apple thing, there are some games that are free and available, and then there are other games you've got to have the subscription for. Right. So,
but this is a great chance for them to kind of use him for however many years he's going to play in MLS. Yes, to a degree, Barcelona with their kind of, let's be honest, looking down their nose comments at Messi. Well, good. Less commitments and easier. Yeah, it's MLS. It's not the Spanish league. It's not the English Premier League, but it's what he wants. And at this stage of his career, he's the greatest player on the planet. He's earned it.
Couple of things, guys. This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital for a healthier future together. Look to Northside Hospital. Also, games again postponed, Mike, due to these wildfires.
Yeah, man. Belmont could be in trouble. By the way, nobody gives up about the horse racing this year because the Kentucky Derby was a drag, and then Preakness, not having the horse that were the favorites and then not having the return. It's out. 9 horses are supposed to race, but if the weather conditions and the atmosphere is just funneling right to the northeastern seaboard, I don't think we're going to have the Belmont Stakes this year.
Yeah, and I wouldn't go out there and watch it if that's the case either. Let's grab Swede on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Swede! Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Carl and Drummer Boy. Keep your chin up, by the way, Drummer Boy.
Yeah, wife's talking to me now, but she just went, it was just drums, exclamation points.
Oh.
Don't cut me off, buddy. Anyway, yes, in some cases, an eye for an eye, but there are some times when that doesn't count. And these guys know when a ball got away from them, and they know when it was intentional due to this, whatever the circumstances are. As far as tonight, TV gold, definitely on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And as far as Lionel Messi, I'm just not a big soccer fan, so, it won't really matter to me. I recognize his greatness, but, that point isn't a big thing for me. Thanks, guys. Love your show.
Thanks, Sweet. By the way, what did the World Cup do for him?
Well, the only thing missing off the resume was the World Cup championship in Argentina, because Argentina is always a soap opera and there's always so much drama, and they always have a game where they're not supposed to lose if they do. And so, yeah, it's amazing. By the way, great shot of him and Thiago Almada, Atlanta United, welcoming Messi to MLS. No, but he's done it all. And again, unlike Ronaldo, he's likable. I think Ronaldo comes off as kind of a bag.
Yeah, it is interesting. If you are not, I don't even want to say hardcore because the French fans know who he is, Mike. Right. When you have one name and you're recognizable around the world, people know.
Right.
But I do find it interesting, Swede saying, hey, I'm not that big of a soccer fan. But this is the kind of guy that might get somebody interested in it.
But then again, Swede saw Johnny Weissmuller win Olympic gold.
Oh, that's true. That's a good point. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line as we're taking a last call for you tonight. By the way, if we sweep these Mets, we will be 8.5 in front. And it's not even July.
Right. And we talked about Strider. Over under. John Chuckery is 8.5 strikeouts. I'm going to go with the over tonight.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll bet you there'll be about 15 or 16 combined strikeouts between
Verlander and
Right.
Strider tonight.
Verlander's been a bit of a roller coaster this season with some injury issues.
Yep. He's been beat up a little bit and had the injuries to start the season.
You happy? You happy about Monty Harris getting back on track, man?
Yeah. I mean, look, he's been doing some good things, walking more, striking out less, stealing bases. So he's a plus defensive WAR outfielder as well. So still doing a lot of good things for this team. So.
No doubt about it. Full show for you tonight, right?
Yeah, we're back to 4 hours. Anyway.
Economy size, chuckery, everybody.
Yeah, the extra large size. Anyway,
what's going on tonight, man?
Jason Longshore will join us. So we'll talk about Atlanta United. Steve Weish going to join us. We'll talk some Falcons. Let me ask you, do you guys know who the first team in NFC history was to have 2 1,000-yard rushers? So Zonka and Kick did it.
Right.
You know, Rocky Bleier.
Oh, yeah, Dolphins.
Yeah. So do you know who the first NFC team?
Thinking out loud.
Think real locally.
Oh, it was us.
Yeah, in 06 with Warwick Dunn and Mike Vick.
Both. Oh, that's right.
Quarterback,
Running back.
Led the league in rushing. Good
See,
call.
that's the trick part of that question because
Right.
you don't think about the
But
quarterback.
quarterback still has back in it.
Yeah.
Could we repeat that?
I think so.
It's a good question.
I like it.
We'll talk about it
I
later.
like what you're putting down. We're picking it up, Johnny.
That's a good question. Stay right there. Full show for John Tuckery. Let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
on Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Yeah, I don't think he's insinuating Ritter is going to run for 1,000. I think he's talking about Algier and Bijan Robinson potentially. Two running backs. Guys, Desmond Ritter's not running for 1,000 yards.
But if he does, that'd be cool too.
Hey, thanks to all of our guests today. All these guests are online at Odyssey.com. Tony Gwynn Jr. stopped by the show. You heard from Drake London as well. Also, Arthur Smith. We'll replay the final segment of the Arthur Smith interview for you tomorrow. And we got a lot of stuff planned tomorrow. Now, Mike, we're going to be out and about, and we're looking forward to this because we've been talking about it all week. Willie B's is where we'll be, guys, and we'll be telling you, hey, come out, enjoy an ice cold drink. This is for the adults, guys. We are trying to get the adults to come out who support the kids. Soccer in the Streets. We're going to talk to Elijah Miranda, Soccer in the Streets guest tomorrow. Steve Kuno stopped by. We'll talk to Gonzalo Pineda as well, and Grant McCauley, because hopefully we'll be talking about a sweep against the Mets.
So again, guys, it is Silverbacks Park where the rugby team plays, where there's been so much events, a lot of youth soccer over there, but it's a Willie B's, so we'll be there with a full bar. I like the sound of that.
Hey, man, Day-Day, great job, as always, behind the glass, Turtle, executive producing. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man. Obviously, last year, it was pretty easy to cramp on the Broncos because they just made it easy. Between the coach, who looked like he was outmanned the first game, to Russell Wilson looked like the Monstars had stolen his abilities. Well, Garrett Bowles, who protects his blind side on the offensive line, he says, hey, man, anybody who's sleeping on Russell, you guess what? He's a great dude. He's the same guy every day. He works his butt off, and I'm for ready that stuff to go away. And when it goes, everyone's going to eat crow. He says Russell Wilson is coming back with a vengeance. Again, you got Sean Payton calling the shots, and if they're hot and bothered for Dalvin Cook and they pull that off, a lot of weapons for us.
The Big Ten in 2024 is going to introduce a football schedule model that will include 11 protected matchups across the conference. This is like the SEC saying, hey, Auburn and Georgia, they're going to continue to play despite who's coming into the conference because that's what we're built on. All I want as a fan is the best games. And if you're telling me that Michigan-Ohio State, which is one of the protected games and should be played every year, and it's something that college football has been built on, the SEC could do the same thing. This 8-game, 9-game thing has us all perplexed, whether it changes next year or not. This is what I do know. It looks like the Big Ten is doing this right.
Yep.
If you love the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
I'm just so glad they protected Maryland and Rutgers.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, the morning shift.